Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan had just come out of a secret realm. At this moment, the two of them were sitting in front of a large pot with a skinned sea snake stewed in it. The soup was boiling, bubbling, and the aroma overflowed, and even the hexagon starfish was waiting by the pot eagerly. Xia Xiaochan supported her chin with her hand in depression. Why have most of the places marked on our map been explored? Han Fei shrugged indifferently. Isn't this normal? We are only about 50,000 kilometers away from the bustling steps into the sea, so it's normal that the secret realms along the way have been explored. Xia Xiaochan poked at the sea snake with chopsticks in boredom to see if the meat was done. When she glimpsed at the hexagon starfish who was sticking to the wine jar, she poked it with her chopsticks. You lazy starfish. Can I stew you too? The hexagon starfish? Swish. The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's leg immediately, and his 6 big eyes were full of horror. I am not tasty. The starfish has no meat. My body is now full of alcohol, not tasty at all. The hexagon starfish was really scared of Xia Xiaochan. In this short period of tens of days, he had seen Han Fei being abused by this woman many times. Powerful as Han Fei was, he was still abused by her. How horrible this woman could be. Xia Xiaochan sighed, humph. These secret realms are really boring. Let's hurry up to the steps into the sea. Han Fei was also poking at the snake meat with his chopsticks, and making sure it was done, he picked up a large piece of meat and put it in his mouth. No. Hurry. Only after we become famous as the black and white ghosts will no one suspect us. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan twisted her head. We are already very famous. Recently, many fishing boats ran away from a distance as soon as they spotted us. They must have known us. Han Fei shook his head. That's different. We still need a big victory. For example, a few peak-level dangling fishers, a famous figure in the level 3 fishery, or a descendant of a powerful family in the 1,000-star city. Only by winning against such a person can we be considered famous. Well, ideally, our ranking on the wanted list will rise, and then we'll be qualified to enter the steps into the sea. Xia Xiaochan sighed, took a large piece of snake meat and threw it into her bowl. Are the steps into the sea really that dangerous? Han Fei said with a smile. The steps into the sea are very safe and almost everyone can go there. As long as you are in the area of the steps into the sea, you are safe. However, it is said that those who can really descend into the depths of the steps into the sea are all extremely strong. For example, those on the wanted list, descendants of big families from the 1,000-star city, influential figures in the level 3 fishery, heavenly talents in the towns. If we're not famous enough, how can we compete with these people? As he said this, he suddenly picked up the unboiled sea snake head and smashed it into the night sky. The next moment, the snake's tongue flew back. A fishing boat descended from the sky and there were 3 peak-level dangling fishers on it, which demonstrated the strength of the people who came this time. Han Fei glanced at them. A soul warrior, an armorist, a spirit gatherer. Huh. Shouldn't there also be a hunter and a manipulator? Xia Xiaochan muttered, is this wave of people strong enough? Han Fei chuckled. I think so. Xia Xiaochan picked up her rod and looked around. She and Han Fei were not fools. Since only 3 people appeared on the other side, there must be the 2 others nearby. With her hunter's instinct, she guessed that the opponent's hunter must be looking for an opportunity to assassinate her. Since the strength of Han Fei had been known, Xia Xiaochan would always be the first target to be attacked. Besides, she was a girl, so the opponent's hunter would naturally pick her first. The leader of these people was an armorist. At this moment, his armor box was opened and soon surrounded by 9 weapons. The black moon sickle among them was exceptionally dazzling in the dark night. Recently, I heard that there were 2 people named the Black and White Ghosts near the steps into the sea. This must be you, right? With the strength of an intermediate dangling fisher, you can wipe out more than 20 people? You're quite strong. The armorist laughed loudly. His body was full of steel-thorn armor, and there was a big tortoise shield on his chest to protect his vitals. Beside him, a soul warrior was holding 2 scimitars and carrying 2 others. Behind him, looking quite cool, this soul warrior stepped over from the ship, and the 2 scimitars in his hand were thrown out, spinning like 2 huge rollers, one attacking their upper bodies and the other attacking their lower bodies. Immediately afterward, he pulled out the 2 scimitars on his back and rotated them in his hands. The huge blade light swept across the sea, like 2 vertical wave scimitars, rolling towards Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. What's the use of all these bells and whistles? Bang! The whetstone came out. Following Han Fei's heavy smash, the 2 scimitars bounced off, and Han Fei took a step back. When the 2 blades rolled over at him again, he swung the whetstone at them again and took a step back. Seeing this scene, the opponent's eyes were all lit up. Since Han Fei took a step back, it meant that he couldn't resist them. The soul warrior smiled. This guy had to retreat even in face of his tentative blow, which showed that Han Fei was not his match. When this soul warrior got close, the 9 sword shadows fell from the sky, carrying a shocking power that darted at Han Fei. Swish! 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 With the blood-drinking knife in his hand, Han Fei shouted, "You are no match for me." Clatter! As soon as Han Fei shouted these words, the fishing boat under his feet was suddenly lifted up. An octopus tentacle tens of meters long suddenly rose up and snapped onto the boat. At this critical moment, a strange figure suddenly appeared behind Xia Xiaochan. Boom! In the blink of an eye, Xia Xiaochan disappeared. She didn't flash, but used the roaming technique. Majestic mystic spell. Almost at the same time, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan used their secret method. In an instant, their soaring momentum directly formed a powerful energy shock. The armorist's expression changed drastically. Not good, retreat. However, it was too late. Han Fei waved the blood-drinking knife in his hand. And the guy was only 2 or 3 meters away from him. The soul warrior tried to block his slash with 2 scimitars and drove the other 2 to hack at Han Fei from behind. However, Han Fei didn't even dodge them as he slashed at the soul warrior. You! Swoosh! An octopus tentacle slapped Han Fei horizontally, intending to block his blow, which must have been from the manipulator. As a ray of spiritual energy fell, a spiritual energy armor fell on the body of the soul warrior. This was a means from the spirit gatherer. A tortoise shield rose in the air, also to stop Han Fei's attack. Assisted by the other 3, the soul warrior launched a spiritual energy protective cover on his body with a cold look, and at the same time, a crab phantom appeared in front of him, pinching at Han Fei. Puff! Crack! Crack! Puff! But in the blink of an eye, the tentacle flew out, the tortoise shell burst into pieces, the spiritual energy armor and the spiritual energy protective cover shattered at the same time, and the crab phantom was cut into 2 pieces. This scene stunned everyone. What the hell was this power? How could this slash be so powerful? Unfortunately, Hanfei was only an intermediate dangling fisher after all. Even though his strength increased 5-fold, he still failed to kill the soul warrior with this blow. After all, the latter still had 2 scimitars to protect his body. However, even so, this soul warrior was still sent flying upside down by him. And the 2 scimitars in his hand broke directly. He was terrified and wanted to retreat. However, the whetstone had turned into a large slab tens of meters tall and smashed at him abruptly. Bang! The sea vibrated and huge splashes emerged. Hanfei stepped on the seawater, withstood the power of the 9 sword shadows, and slashed out again. Puff! Clang, clang, clang. That soul warrior, when he was dying, showed a look of horror. He, a peak level dangling fisher assisted by his companions, couldn't even withstand 2 blows of this guy? Hanfei's body was also marked with 9 scratches by the 9 sword shadows, and there was blood seeping out of his skin. The armorist on the opposite side was dumbfounded, and his expression changed drastically when he saw the soul warrior, who was split into 2 pieces by the slash. Of course, in addition to Hanfei's offensive power, he was even more alarmed by Hanfei's defensive power. He knew the 9 sword shadows very well. The one in the middle was a high-quality spiritual weapon, and the outer ones were 8 mid-quality spiritual weapons. This 9 sword killer move was actually physically resisted by this guy? At this moment, the worldview of this armorist collapsed. Is this guy really a ghost? The opponent's spirit gatherer directly controlled the fishing boat to take off. Withdraw. Hanfei looked up with a smile and suddenly said, Master Hexagon, now it's your turn. Swish, swish, swish. Purple beams of light rose into the sky. Master Hexagon had been idling around for so long, and finally had a chance to use his tactics. Above the sky, the fishing boat started. Hanfei waved his hand remotely and said, Welcome to come again. With that, Hanfei turned around and jumped into the sea. In fact, Hanfei let off the armorist and spirit gatherer intentionally. After all, they wanted to make a name as the black and white ghost combination. However, he would not let go of the manipulator hiding under the water and the hunter on his ship. These people were peak-level dangling fishers, and unlike those advanced dangling fishers, their words counted. It was enough to have the 2 people go back to spread the news. Hanfei did not worry that Xia Xiaochan would not be able to defeat the hunter. Now that the armorist and the spirit gatherer had both ran away, the remaining 2 people were bound to die. Xia Xiaochan no longer had to pretend to be a soul warrior. Underwater, the blue sea wandering dragon daggers all came out, frantically cutting the big octopus. However, suddenly the big octopus disappeared. It must have been taken back by its owner. At this time, he saw a young woman suddenly flash and then hit the 6-gate formation with a bang. Hanfei looked at her with a smile. Yo! You can't flash out? Wanna try again? The woman was horrified and crushed another flash stone, only to flash to a place only 20 meters away from Hanfei. What formation is this? Hanfei shrugged slightly, and Nine Tails' 9-star chain had already shot out, so did the blue sea wandering dragon daggers. If Han Fei was just an ordinary, intermediate dangling fisher, his million knife art would not be so terrifyingly powerful. However, Han Fei at this moment had 5 times the combat power of an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher. The blue sea wandering dragon daggers rotated like a tide, and when they rolled out, they were even more powerful than the torrent of swords and knives. Besides, because their speed was too fast, everyone could only see a stretch of light. Although the manipulator was already a peak-level dangling fisher, she was no match for Han Fei, no matter her reaction speed or strength. In face of the million knife art, in a fluster, this manipulator could only block it with her contractual spiritual beast or even spiritual beast. Are you Han Fei? Please spare my life. Han Fei gave her an apologetic smile and tilted his head slightly. Sorry, I can't let you tell others my real identity. It's you who wanted to kill me first, right? As Han Fei snapped his fingers, driven by the million knife art, the daggers rolled over at her frantically. Now all Han Fei could see was the glints of his daggers. At this time, Han Fei fully understood how it felt to be a strong master. Although Han Fei was not yet a peak-level dangling fisher, he felt what it was like to be strong. With a wave of his hand, a strong master who was once extremely powerful and his eyes turned into flying ash. After killing the manipulator, Han Fei picked up a sea-swallowing seashell and prepared to board his fishing boat. If he let her go out alive, his identity would be exposed. When Han Fei broke out of the water, 2 rays of light swished at him. He instantly blocked them with the blood-drinking knife and discovered that it turned out to be 2 fine needles. Holding her dagger, Xia Xiaochan was fighting fiercely against the hunter. The hunter's body was like a funnel, squirting needles everywhere. Huh? Xia Xiaochan, why haven't you won? Although the hunter had expected it, he still almost burst into tears when he heard Han Fei call her by her real name. He had already paid attention to information about the black and white ghosts. At first, he didn't take them seriously, as they were only intermediate dangling fishers. He estimated that their strength at best equaled to that of a peak-level dangling fisher. If he tried his best, 2 peak-level dangling fishers wouldn't be a problem for him. Besides, to be on the safe side, he also joined a team of all peak-level dangling fishers before coming. But who would have expected that the soul warrior was killed in an instant and the armorist and the spirit gatherer also ran away? How the hell could he handle the 2 of them alone? Xia Xiaochan said, this hunter is very unusual. He is so powerful and has many tricks up his sleeve. I think I need to learn from him. Puff. This hunter must be desperate now. An intermediate dangling fisher was teasing him, a peak-level dangling fisher. It was simply incredible. At this time, the hunter said, Han Fei, Xia Xiaochan, this is a misunderstanding. Han Fei ignored him, but stood on the edge of his fishing boat. Oh. My pot is broken. Where is the snake meat? I accidentally knocked it over just now. Han Fei, the hunter almost cried. I'm fucking fighting you. What are you doing? Chatting? Please show me some respect, okay? V me some. Han Fei, I'm Lian Qi. Let me go. I'm willing to tell you all the unexplored secret realms I know and give you all my wealth in exchange. Han Fei paused. Lian Qi? This name sounds familiar. Then he took out the wanted list, turned the pages on by one, and searched carefully. During this period, Xia Xiaochan asked, Hey, is he on the wanted list? Lian Qi almost burst into tears. F***ck. There are only 100 people on the wanted list. Do you really need to search my name like that? After quite a while, Han Fei suddenly shouted, "Found it." Xiao Xiaochan shouted, "Read his information." Number 75 on the wanted list, name Lian Qi, nicknamed Shadow Hunter. Sex, male. Occupation, hunter. Spiritual beast, dark spearfish, exotic. Contractual spiritual beasts, ice crystal shell, exotic, mad blood worm. Exotic. Features, has elusive body movements, and is good at using hidden weapons. Combat skills, Fury Blood Burst, 17 shadow attacks. Money to be rewarded, 50,000 mid-quality pearls. Other rewards, 50 caddies of spiritual spring, 1 demon level low quality. Combat technique, 1 mid-quality spiritual weapon, and 50 spiritual fruits. Evaluation, dangerous, hired for 32 times without a miss, killed 8 peak. Level dangling fishers. After reading it, Han Fei commented, "Your reward money is only 500,000 mid. Quality pearls, which is far behind us. The spiritual spring is so little. A demon level low quality combat technique is nothing but trash. And a mid quality spiritual weapon? Oh, you're simply a disgrace to the wanted list." Xiao Xiaochan asked, "What are the Fury Blood Burst and 17 shadow attacks? I haven't seen him use them." "Hey, use them." Han Fei threw the book into Forge the Universe and nodded solemnly. "This brother is really ambitious. If he kills us, he will be ranked 3rd on the wanted list. Maybe, he can still compete with Mo Qiansheng who ranks 1st. Lian Qi begged, "Han Fei, since we are all on the wanted list, I can make a vow to the god of sea that I will never reveal your identities." Puff. Han Fei laughed. Is it such a F***king prize to be listed on the wanted list? We are all badasses. So badasses should be friendly to badasses? Do you mean that? At this time, Xiao Xiaochan suddenly turned into a shadow. In the mess of hidden weapons, her dagger suddenly appeared in the sky, flashing like a phantom. Puff. 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 In the blink of an eye, Lian Qi was cut a dozen times by Xiao Xiaochan. Xiao Xiaochan yelled, "Come on, use the Fury Blood Burst and 17 shadow attacks. Show me." Lian Qi's face was all dark and the 2 scars on his face twitched. In fact, he had guessed this result early on. How could the people on the wanted list have any compassion? Even if they did, they wouldn't show it to him who was also on the wanted list. Lian Qi smiled wanly, and suddenly, a strange red light flashed on his body. His eyes turned bloodshot, and his momentum was soaring. Huh? Han Fei was slightly surprised. Why was it a bit like Xiao Xiaochan's frenzy? Then Lian Qi, as fast as a phantom, suddenly turned into 8 bodies, which was like a clone technique. Immediately afterward, he launched a weird set of attacking and killing techniques, a bit similar to Xiao Xiaochan's 1000 strike technique, but much less powerful. However, it was certain that it was also a secret method and didn't seem to be weak. This secret method actually doubled his strength, whether it was speed or combat power. After fighting for about half an hour, Lian Qi terminated his mad blood state. However, Xiao Xiaochan was too excited and accidentally stabbed Lian Qi through. Again. Xiao Xiaochan. Han Fei muttered, "Not all secret methods can be compared with our secret method." Lian Qi's body was stabbed by Xiao Xiaochan with 7 or 8 big holes in an instant. All his internal organs were damaged, and there was a big hole in his neck. If Han Fei was willing to use the divine healing technique on him now, he might have a chance to survive. In despair, Lian Qi grinned suddenly. Gua. I'm sorry. I can't. Go. Back. Cough cough. Han Fei's eyes were icy at this moment. He stepped forward and stabbed Lian Qi. Again. This man must die. Everyone has a story. No fisher who could come to. The level 3 fishery was mediocre. However, they chose to come and stay and got accustomed to fighting here. Their past and the people they left behind were no longer important because they were ready to die at any moment. Xiao Xiaochan was panicked. Han Fei smiled lightly. Can he be more miserable than the people in the heavenly desolate city? Xiao Xiaochan's body stiffened and she remembered the scene of millions of people graciously going to death outside the heavenly desolate city. Compared to people like Lian Qi, those people were more courageous and their fate was more tragic. Han Fei used the divine healing technique on Lian Qi's body, letting his flesh heal. I may be cruel, but others won't show mercy to us either. News of the black and white ghosts finally made waves on the dragon boats. According to the armorist and the spirit gatherer who escaped, the black and white ghosts had a peerless secret method that could double their strength. Especially Fan Datong, who was able to hack to death the soul warrior, who was a peak-level dangling fisher with 2 blows. He really shocked many people on the dragon boats. As for their weapons, as many people had said, the black ghost used a kitchen knife. And to everyone's shock, they actually ate human flesh. Immediately afterward, those who had been robbed by the black and white ghosts all came out and described how vicious they were. Ever since, the names of Fan Datong and Xie Xiaoan became very famous on dragon boats. It was even said that some people were preparing to gather many peak-level dangling fishers to hunt them down. Of course, the purpose of these people was very simple, which was nothing but to catch the black and white ghosts and snatch their secret method of multiplying their strength. Now that the black and white ghosts suddenly popped up out of thin air, they must have had a big opportunity somewhere. Secret methods were common, but a secret method that enabled an intermediate dangling fisher to easily kill a peak-level dangling fisher was extremely rare even in the 1,000-star city. Others said that any secret method had a price to pay. Maybe the cannibalism of the black and white ghosts was the price they needed to pay. In short, no matter what, the black and white ghosts became famous. On dragon boats, everyone was indignant, believing that the black and white ghosts were a disgrace to cultivators. Because of their extremely cruel methods, they were no different from fish and crabs in the sea. But before the hunting team was built, another bit of information spread. It was said that the 75th person on the wanted list, Shadow Hunter, Lian Qi, was hung on the bow of the fishing boat by the black and white ghosts for those to see. For a time, many people fell silent. It was not easy to be on the wanted list. There were tens of millions of people in the level 3 fishery, and a person who was listed on the wanted list with only 100 spots available could not be weak. Because of this news, the black and white ghosts became even more famous, and everyone knew that they would soon be on the wanted list. The news about the black and white ghosts spread everywhere on dragon boats, causing a lot of shock among the cultivators. At this time, Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan had already accelerated. Han Fei hadn't mastered the void-breaking technique and could only penetrate 100 meters of space occasionally. However, he did not continue to practice. The death of Lian Qi forced them to speed up. Han Fei was lingering on the sea, just to find someone or a team to overawe people. Now, Lian Qi was tied up with a rope and hung on the bow. This would definitely make them a target of public criticism. On this day, Xia Xiaochan looked at the marine chart and said excitedly, Han Fei, we are only 20,000 kilometers away from the steps into the sea. Shall we go full speed ahead? Han Fei carried a brush in his hand, which was covered with squid ink. Han Fei was brushing the hull diligently, painting half of the hull black. People usually brushed the hull white, but Han Fei did exactly the opposite. Han Fei looked up and smiled. Just a moment. I'll finish right away. Xia Xiaochan looked back at the half-black and half-white hull and asked with a frown, do I have to do this? Han Fei grinned. Of course. Now we are the black and white ghosts who have nothing to do with Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. We gain power from the secret method and are famous for cannibalism. Now we're going to the steps into the sea to seek opportunities. Xia Xiaochan put her hands on her waist and tilted her head. But we can't use our spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts, we only have a starfish. The hexagon starfish's big eyes rolled. The starfish doesn't fight. Xia Xiaochan stomped her feet. Look, he said he won't fight. Han Fei made the last stroke, dropped the brush in his hand, raised his head 45 degrees and looked up at the sky, saying with reflection, yes. This is a problem. We need to make up a story. Alf. Li Han vomited a mouthful of blood and said to a peak-level dangling fisher behind him, of course I am not Han Fei. Li Han was going crazy. He didn't know how to explain himself. This was his third time on a dragon boat. A while ago, he explored a secret realm and got a big chance, so his strength went straight up and he became an intermediate dangling fisher in one fell swoop. He thought that few people were faster than him in cultivation, speed in the whole level 3 fishery. He also knew that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan became famous. Not only did the two of them get on the wanted list, but they also caused a mess. It was said that the sea grassland had undergone tremendous changes. In the center of the sea grassland, the most important tree was gone, which seemed to be related to Han Fei. A few days ago, there was news that the undersea city collapsed. This seemed to be related to Han Fei too. Li Han certainly didn't want to admit defeat. When they were in Blue Sea Town, they had fought. He admitted that Han Fei was not weak, but when they just came to the level 3 fishery, Han Fei's realm was not higher than his own, but how could Han Fei do so many extravagant things? So, he was determined to make a foray into the steps into the sea. As far as he knew, it was not that there were no intermediate dangling fishers to enter the steps into the sea. On the contrary, a large number of junior, intermediate, and advanced dangling fishers gathered on the steps into the sea. Anyone, regardless of their strength, could get a chance on the steps into the sea and everyone could try their luck. He, Li Han, was confident that few people in Blue Sea Town were better than him. How could he miss the chance? But unexpectedly, as soon as he was 5,000 kilometers away from the dragon boat, he was spotted. The first words of the other party turned out to be, "You are not Han Fei?" Li Han was almost speechless. Of course I am not Han Fei. How could I be Han Fei? The peak-level dangling fisher snorted. Of course I know that you are not Han Fei. Otherwise, I would not dare to come over. But although you are not Han Fei, you must know him, right? Li Han was surprised. Why do you say that? The peak-level dangling fisher said hatefully, in the undersea city, he pretended to be you and crept into 100 fisher team and I was the leader of the F*King team. Because of him, only 3 people survived in the end. Tell me, what is the relationship between you and Han Fei? Li Han. Li Han cursed Han Fei hard in his heart. How dare this bastard pretend to be him? Li Han was furious. Han Fei, aren't I your fellow townsman? Why did you do this to me? You son of a b*tch. Li Han responded immediately, Han Fei and I are actually rivals. However, the peak-level dangling fisher looked disgusted. What? Are you F*King bragging? Who do you think you are? Do you deserve to be Han Fei's opponent? Li Han? The peak-level dangling fisher snorted coldly. Tell me the truth, or I will kill you now. Li Han almost cried, but I am telling you the F*King truth. I'm really his enemy. When we were in Blue Sea Town, we had confronted each other while exploring a secret realm, and even had a fight. Brother, I don't have to lie to you. If I were on good terms with Han Fei, he wouldn't have pretended to be me. The peak-level dangling fisher looked at Li Han for a few seconds and finally said slowly, this seems to make sense. But I have to say, I admire you. He has already used your face, and you still dare to show up on a dragon boat. TSK. Tell me, does Han Fei have any weaknesses? What kind of person is he? He. While this peak-level dangling fisher was asking him, he suddenly frowned and then he saw a black and white fishing boat flying in his direction at full speed, and there seemed to be a person hanging on the bow. F*CK. The peak-level dangling fisher immediately cursed and dove into the water. Gosh, why was he so unlucky? When he went to the undersea city, he met Han Fei, and when he came to the steps into the sea, he came across the black and white ghosts. Compared to the black and white ghosts, Han Fei was like an angel. At least, Han Fei would not kill for no reason. However, the black and white ghosts were completely another story. They ate human beings. They were simply psychotic. If he didn't run, he might be eaten by them. Li Han's face had turned green. When he realized what happened, the black and white fishing boat was dozens of meters away and was suspended in the air. The 2 ghosts were looking at him. Gulp. Li Han's heart skipped a beat. I'm doomed. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan looked at each other in surprise. They just passed by and saw a peak-level dangling fisher hijacking a fishing boat, so they came over to check it out. But when they approached, they were surprised to see an old acquaintance. Han Fei said to Xia Xiaochan via voice transmission, in the undersea city, I pretended to be him. What do you think we should do with him? Let him go? Xia Xiaochan thought about it. No, we can't. What if he tells others that the black and white ghosts are actually not that evil? Han Fei nodded slightly. You've got a point there. Then kill him? Xia Xiaochan was speechless. Why are you so cruel? Anyway, we're from the same town. How can we kill him? Han Fei rolled his eyes. I can't let him go or kill him? Then what should I do? Keep him as our henchman? Xia Xiaochan suggested, or hang him up too? I'm doomed, I'm doomed, I'm doomed. The distance was so close that Li Hani didn't dare to run or move. He was just an intermediate dangling fisher, a relatively ordinary fisher. Although he had a few tricks up his sleeve, he could only manage to beat average advanced dangling fishers. However, the black and white ghosts were almost described as monsters on the dragon boats, who even ate people. At this moment, these two people, one in black and one in white, wearing high hats, seemed to be talking via voice transmission. Maybe he was going to be cooked. With this in mind, Li Hani almost blacked out. In this case, he might as well be killed by the peak-level dangling fisher from before. When Li Hani saw the fishing boat land on the sea and approach him, he thought he was going to die. Suddenly, Li Hani suddenly took out his armor box and put it in front of him. "Don't even think of cooking me. Even if I blow myself up, I won't let you eat me." Han Fei looked at Xia Xiaochan and clicked his tongue. This guy doesn't look tender enough. If I fry him, will his flesh become too tough? Xia Xiaochan stared at Li Hani and looked him up and down. Yes. Shall we steam him? Han Fei shook his head disgustedly. Forget it. It'll be a waste of seasoning. I don't want to eat him. Li Hani was dripping with cold sweat and his face turned green. Seeing the two of them seriously discussing whether to fry or steam him, he really wanted to blow himself up. When he saw the disgusted look on Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's faces, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. As long as they wouldn't eat him, he could accept anything. Suddenly, he heard Han Fei say, "Xia Xiaoan, don't you think this guy looks familiar?" Xia Xiaochan suddenly jumped into Li Hani's fishing boat and looked straight at him for a long while. "Yes, kind of." Han Fei said grumpily, "All you know is how to eat. Don't forget our purpose. We are going to the steps into the sea to hunt for treasure. Don't think about eating people all day long." Xia Xiaochan sighed. "Okay then. His flesh looks tough anyway." "Hey, wait. Didn't Han Fei use this face?" Han Fei exclaimed in surprise, "Yes. Last time, the person we ate seemed to have painted a portrait of Han Fei, and it seemed to look like this." Li Hani felt as if his brain exploded and there was nothing inside. F***ck. Han Fei, you son of a bitch. I'm gonna kill you. Han Fei also jumped on Li Hani's boat and stood upright, staring straight at Li Hani. But he cannot be Han Fei. He is too weak. Xia Xiaochan scoffed. A fool can see it. Hey, what's your name? My eyes can see into your heart. Once you tell a lie, I will throw you into a big pot, cook you for 3 days and 3 nights, and then eat you. Li Hani's face was green. I am Li Hani. Han Fei nodded. Okay. I can see that you don't dare lie to me. Tell me, what kind of person Han Fei is? Along the way, everyone was talking about him. He stole our thunder. Next time I meet him, I'll have a good fight with him. Xia Xiaochan bared her teeth. Maybe he will be delicious. Han Fei shook his head. Stupid. I heard that Han Fei is a body refiner. His body is as tough as a stone. How long would it take to cook him? Li Hani's ears were ringing. Who the hell are these people? Do they really eat people? There are so many fish and shrimp in the sea. Why don't they eat them? Li Hani was sweating profusely. Han Fei. He is an asshole. Smack. As soon as Li Hani said so, he was slapped hard and half of his face swelled. Han Fei said sullenly, no matter what, he is not someone you can insult. Think well before you speak. Well, talk about his good points. Xia Xiaochan tilted her head and glanced at Han Fei, really wanting to kick this guy away. Talk about his good points? He was so shameless. Han Fei didn't feel ashamed at all, narrowing his eyes with a look of enjoyment. Li Hani was stunned. Would villains appreciate each other? Li Hani stammered, Han Fei, he is actually quite cunning. Smack. Li Hani was slapped again. He was stunned. Damn, can't you beat me after I finish? Han Fei said, what do you mean by cunning? That's called smart, okay? Although Han Fei is no match for us, he is still a hero. How dare you insult him again? Li Hani felt as if there were 10,000 iron-headed fish racing in his heart. Damn, if I can beat you, I must slap you to death. Li Hani took a deep breath. Although Han Fei is not talented. Smack. This time, Li Hani was slapped flying. Han Fei said with a straight face. Above all else, I hate liars like you. If he was not talented, could he kill thousands of people alone? Do you think I'm a fool? Xia Xiaochan couldn't stand it anymore. Wasn't what he said true? If you continued to slap him, he might really blow himself up. Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes at Han Fei. That's enough. Are you going to ask him about Han Fei or not? If you knock out his teeth, how can he tell you about Han Fei? Han Fei smiled awkwardly at Xia Xiaochan. Ha. Ha ha. Yes, yes. I shouldn't be angry. But I really can't stand these people slandering others out of jealousy. They should show respect to their opponents. Han Fei said lazily, forget it. Let's hang him up. Right next to Lian Qi. I think it looks more impressive to hang two people on the bow anyway. Li Hani trembled hard and hurriedly shouted, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let me finish, let me finish. Han Fei is quite handsome and strong. He can challenge opponents above his level. When he was a junior fishing master, he could fight an advanced fishing master and easily win. He is extremely strong physically and seems to have practiced some kind of powerful body tempering method. Among the younger generation, no one can match him. After listening to Li Hani's gushing words of praise, Han Fei nodded his head in satisfaction. Well, not bad, this does sound like Han Fei. Continue. Smack. Xia Xiaochan slapped Han Fei's arm and then pulled Han Fei's ears. You're addicted to listening to the story, aren't you? We have to hurry up to the steps into the sea. Give me a break. Hey hey. Let go of my ear first. Let's set off after I hang him up. Li Hani was immediately infuriated. You. How can you be like this? Don't come over. Although I can't beat you, I would rather blow myself up. Han Fei gave Li Hani a sideways glance. I'll just hang you up and won't kill you. Why are you nervous? I think you are a good storyteller. Tell me stories. Along the way. After a while, another cross was erected on Han Fei's black and white fishing boat and Li Hani was hung on it, looking ashamed and angry. However, he glanced at Lian Qi, who had long been dead next to him, and swallowed. He told himself, it is better to bend than to break. Only when I endure what ordinary people can't will I become successful. As long as I can survive, I don't mind telling stories. At this moment, Lihani, who was always cold and arrogant, turned into a chatterbox. Along the way, Lihani talked about the Thug Academy, the Thug legend, Hanfei, the fiery mountain, and so on. In his opinion, the black and white ghosts were so interested in Hanfei because they wanted to kill Hanfei and snatch his opportunities when they met him. Therefore, the more details he told about Hanfei, the greater the chances of winning for the black and white ghosts. Even if it only added half a point of the possibility, it was worth it. Now he just wanted to skin Hanfei alive and then severely abuse him. Using the ordinary fishing boat that Hanfei snatched from Jiangtong, Hanfei and Xia Xiaochan were not slow. Only after half a day, they had traveled across the sea area of 20,000 kilometers. During this period, Hanfei and the others encountered no less than hundreds of fishing boats. However, most of them fled from a long distance as soon as they saw them. So soon, there were rumors that there was one more person hanging on the bow of the black and white ghosts fishing boat. Many people asked curiously who the guy was. However, no one could find him on the wanted list. The next morning, the sun rose in the east and the sunshine reddened the sea. Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan said, "It seems that we're about to reach the steps into the sea." Lihani wished the fishing boat not to stop. As long as the fishing boat was still moving, Fan Datong had no time to cook. After asking him about Hanfei, the black and white ghosts didn't ask him anything else but for information about the steps into the sea. He told them all he knew. After all, it was common sense. As long as you stayed on a dragon boat long enough, you would certainly know about these famous secret realms. Hanfei had no intention to kill Lihani. Instead, he actually saved Lihani's life. After all, if Lihani went out with this face, he wouldn't be able to make it to the steps into the sea at all. The fishing boat traveled more than 1,000 kilometers. At this place, there were more fishing boats, which literally came and went in an endless stream. As long as Hanfei raised his head, he would always see a fishing boat passing by. However, wherever their black and white fishing boat went, no other ship dared to appear. Everyone avoided them as far as they could. Different from the sea grasslands and the undersea city, the steps into the sea didn't have so many difficulties and sea creatures, and almost everyone was welcome here. From junior dangling fishers to peak level ones, there were countless people there. Everyone acted casual, like they were just traveling through. "Come on, let's go. The black and white ghosts are here." "What? Black and white ghosts, how dare they appear on the steps into the sea? So blatantly? Huh? Why didn't anyone stop them? The two really have too much nerve. How dare they come here?" Along the way, everyone who saw the black and white fishing boat couldn't help but exclaim, including some peak-level dangling fishers, who thought that someone should stand up to kill the black and white ghosts. At this time, Hanfei set up the big pot and held a big spoon, about to cook. Xia Xiaochan asked, "We will be there in 1,000 kilometers. No one will stop us, right?" Hanfei smiled faintly. "Probably not. Who will be the first to make a move? Does he want to die?" When the fishing boat drove further 500 kilometers, there were fishing boats everywhere on the sea. These people were not afraid of them. Although this was not the safe area of the steps into the sea, it seemed to have been agreed that in this area, people would only exchange cultivation experiences and chat or trade. Killing was not allowed. When the black and white fishing boat flew over, many people exclaimed, "It is the black and white ghosts. How dare they come here?" Someone said nonchalantly, "Don't worry, in this area, let alone the black and white ghosts, even Mo Qiansheng, who ranks first on the wanted list, must behave himself." Some people frowned. These two people are infamous. Look, there are still two people hanging on their fishing boat. Someone asked, aside from Lian Qi, who was the other person? Everyone was looking at Li Hani, because they discovered that this guy was still alive, which was simply a miracle. Wasn't it said that the black and white ghosts were totally inhuman? Why didn't they kill this guy immediately? Several fishing boats took off to block Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Looking at the 4 or 5 fishing boats in front of him, Han Fei put down the big spoon in his hand. Next to the big pot, a yellow-blooded sea cucumber had been cut into pieces, and the water in the pot had boiled. A peak-level dangling fisher scolded, "Fan Datong, don't go too far." "How long are you going to hang Lian Qi and this little brother on your bow?" Han Fei held the whetstone in his left hand and the blood-drinking knife in his right hand, rubbing the blood-drinking knife against the whetstone. He said with a smile, "I'm preparing the side dishes. Don't you see that the water in my pot is already boiling?" Hiss. Many people immediately felt a chill down their spines. Although Han Fei was smiling, he looked so scary. And the blood-drinking knife kept making unpleasant grating sounds. Soon, a few fishing boats took off and someone stared at Han Fei. "Fan Datong, what do you think this place is?" "This is the steps into the sea. You have to behave yourself here. How dare you cook people here?" Giggle. Giggle. Wearing a crooked hat, Xia Xiaochan chuckled. "This is not the steps into the sea yet. Don't you dare meddle in our affairs." Han Fei echoed with a giggle, "Yes, will anyone in the level 3 fishery have any pity for others? Just shut the F***ck up." Someone said coldly, "Although the level 3 fishery is dangerous and full of vicious people, cannibalism is simply intolerable." "Fan Datong, Xie Xiaoan. We know that you two have a very powerful secret method, but if you don't put down the little brother and Lian Qi, we'll rise up against you together." Han Fei laughed. "Well, what should I say? Actually, you just want Lian Qi's body, right? Although he died, you can still receive a reward with his body. TSK. But what if I don't give his body to you?" "Good point. I had thought that you were just fishing for fame, but now I discovered that you seem a bit interesting." A fishing boat landed from the sky and Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. "A ghost speed divine boat?" Han Fei recognized that it was a ghost speed divine boat at the first glance, which was a white fishing boat densely engraved with speed arrays. A little fatty, who was only 14 or 15 years old, was laughing at Han Fei and even gave him a thumbs up. Han Fei grinned. "Oh, it's rare to see a ghost speed divine boat." The little fatty laughed. "Why, do you want it?" Han Fei chuckled. "If it's outside of here, I certainly would want it. But not here. I think you despise the reward for Lian Qi, right?" The little fatty was as casual as ever. "Of course, how much money is Lian Qi worth?" "I don't want it. However, it is indeed a windfall for these people. I just wonder who can get Lian Qi's body in the end. How about you throw Lian Qi out to see who will take it?" Han Fei laughed. "Interesting. It seems fun. Okay then. With that said, Han Fei grabbed Lian Qi's body and threw it out regardless of the direction. Han Fei said cheerfully, "Hey. Lian Qi is yours now. Come on, take it." Hula. The people who were standing in Han Fei's way immediately dispersed, chasing Lian Qi's body. Someone shouted, "It's mine. Who dares to touch it will be dead meat." Someone ridiculed, "Yours? Are you kidding me? Anyone can take it." Someone had caught Lian Qi's body in one swoop, ready to run directly to the steps into the sea. Unfortunately, someone caught up to him even before he ran 1 kilometer away. In the beginning, they were only quarreling, but soon, some people started to fight. Xiao Xiaochan watched this scene with a frown. Everyone says we are evil. Look, this is the real evil. The little fatty on the ghost speed divine boat said with a smile. Of course. This is how the level 3 fishery is. Benefits are the most important. Fairness, justice, and righteousness are worthless here. With that, the little fatty glanced at Han Fei. Aren't you going to grab it back? Han Fei cast a leisure glance at the little fatty. For what? We won't board any dragon boat, so we can't get the reward. Just take it as a gift to the steps into the sea. The little fatty grunted in disappointment. He had thought that Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan would rush out to kill these people. However, he immediately looked at Li Hani and then was surprised. Isn't this guy? Han Fei had pretended to be him, right? Han Fei shrugged. Yes, we are about to cook him. Xiao Xiaochan pretended to complain, no, his flesh is too tough and won't taste good. With that said, Xiao Xiaochan seemed to take out a head from a sea swallowing seashell, which belonged to a pretty girl. Xiao Xiaochan said, I want to eat someone like her. The little fatty on the ghost speed divine boat was shocked and let out an exclamation. F***ck, do you really eat humans? Xiao Xiaochan stared at the little fatty. I think you should taste good. White, tender, chubby and cute. The little fatty shuddered slightly, not because he was frightened by Xiao Xiaochan's strength, but by her mentality. Damn, am I food in your eyes? Han Fei pretended to blame Xiao Xiaochan. Hey, don't say that. Although he looks a bit delicious, he has a ghost speed divine boat. I am afraid his background must not be simple. The little fatty sneered. Come on, I almost believed what you said. Black and white ghosts, black and white ghosts. Hey! Are you going to eat this man or not? Han Fei looked at Xiao Xiaochan, and she pouted. No, his flesh is as tough as a turtle shell. Yuck. Li Hani almost cried. Don't eat me, please. At this moment, he really liked Xie Xiaoan. Fan Datong had no lower limit. He always wanted to eat him. Fortunately, Xie Xiaoan didn't want to eat him. Otherwise, he wouldn't know what to do. For the first time in his life, he felt that being disdained was a wonderful thing. The little fatty chuckled. If you don't eat him, let him go. If you really eat him, you will be beaten to death. However, I really like the two of you. Shall we form an alliance? Han Fei kept Lian Qi's body just to overawe people and make a name. At this moment, they had reached the steps into the sea, and his body was no longer of any use to him. As for Li Hani, he actually intended to save him. After all, Li Hani came from the Blue Sea town. Although there were conflicts Between them, it seemed insignificant compared to the fighting and killings in the level 3 fishery. Besides, Lihani was actually not weak and had the mentality of becoming a strong man. Maybe, in the future, he could become one of the best talents in the Blue Sea town. It would be a pity if he was to die like this. Now, as suggested by this little fatty, Han Fei had a reason to let him go. Han Fei reluctantly said, I have been hanging him up for a day. I plan to eat him. Forget it. Since you have a ghost speed divine boat, you must be something. I'll listen to you. Lihani's tears almost fell. No one knew how he came over this day. He was so scared. Just now, when Han Fei was setting the pot, he almost blacked out. Now, his luck had finally turned. He actually had the urge to weep with joy. Han Fei kicked him, sending him flying. You're lucky. But you have a very bad habit of talking behind people's backs. This is very bad. Remember to tell people how good-hearted we are. At least, we're honest. Lihani plunged into the sea in a free fall, and he was completely speechless. F***ck. Good-hearted? Honest? Bastard, you have no lower limit. No. The little fatty didn't care about Lihani at all. After all, Lihani was just an ordinary intermediate dangling fisher. In the level 3 fishery, there were countless people like him. The little fatty said cheerfully, Hey. Fan Datong, is human flesh delicious? Han Fei answered with a smile, the younger the person is, the better the flesh tastes. Besides, it depends on the body part. As for men. As he said, Han Fei looked at the little fatty up and down. For example, the oil on your belly is good, and your fat little face must be very tender and smooth. And your palms would be very juicy. The little fatty felt his hair stand on end under Han Fei's gaze. Who the hell is this guy? He sounds quite experienced in eating humans. Xia Xiaochan giggled and said, Little fatty, what's your name? The little fatty didn't get angry, but said with a smile, My name is Chao Qiao. I'm from the Chao family in the Thousand-Star City. I was extraordinary from birth and have a wide range of interests. I am quite proficient in refining, alchemy, formation, and invention. Especially my invention, look at this ghost speed divine boat. It is my invention. Puff. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were dumbfounded. This was the first time they saw such a shameless person. The ghost speed divine boat was invented by this little fatty? Han Fei rubbed the whetstone with the blood-drinking knife and asked, So, Ball, why do you want to be with us? Aren't you afraid of me? Chao Qiao pouted. My name is not Ball, but Chao Qiao, 2 words. What's wrong with being with you? Would you really eat me? Then the little fatty suddenly said via voice transmission, Han Fei, Xia Xiaochan, you two are really daredevils. How dare you to come to the steps into the sea alone? With this alone, you two are very special. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's faces both suddenly changed, the spiritual energy in their bodies surged, and they were ready to kill this little fatty at any time. Han Fei was shocked. F***ck. Xia Xiaochan and I have been pretending for so long, but this guy saw through us at first glance? Chao Qiao lay on the ground. Don't get agitated. Don't get agitated. I'm a genius, so I found out about you. Your disguise is really brilliant. If I hadn't invented the monster-revealing mirror, I wouldn't have found out. Han Fei smiled and touched his nose. Little fatty, didn't you see it wrong? Do you think we look like Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan? The little fatty sat up a little bit, took out a bunch of dried fish, threw one in his mouth, and said, "It's because of your faces. The spiritual energy over your faces is a bit more than those of ordinary people. Besides, the spiritual energy seems to be circulating in a certain rhythm, so I guess you must have used some kind of disguise. Besides, you happen to be a man and a woman and are both intermediate dangling fishers." Xia Xiaochan said softly, "Just because of that, it doesn't necessarily mean that we are Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan." The little fatty said confidently, "Yes, there are various kinds of people at the steps into the sea, but you have done too much. Especially Fan Datong, you even killed peak-level dangling fishers. Besides, the time when you appeared was about the same time as Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan left the undersea city. On the surface, you deliberately showed people that they were going to 10,000 Smoke Valley, but the black and white ghosts suddenly popped up out of thin air on their way to the steps into the sea." Han Fei smiled. "Just so? The level 3 fisheries have tons of talents. Can't there be others as talented as Han Fei?" The little fatty squinted his eyes and smiled. "Yes. But you have too many similarities. Most suspiciously, every time you purposely let people go and spread your name. Why is this? The only thing I can't figure out is whether you're really cannibals or not," Han Fei said to Xia Xiaochan via voice transmission. "This little fatty seems to be quite smart." Xia Xiaochan responded, "Yes. Although he can't be sure of our identity, he speaks with certainty." Noticing the two of them talking in private, the little fatty waved his hands. "Hey, don't kill me. We can cooperate. I have always wanted to kill Yongdiu and Mo Fian, especially Mo Fian. Humph, each is more annoying than the other. Let's kill them together? And then I will help you solve their life monuments and escape the level 3 fishery, okay?" Han Fei continued to sharpen the whetstone. "Alas, fatty, you are wrong. We really are not Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. As for Yongdiu and Mo Fian, who are they?" The little fatty immediately said angrily, "Don't pretend. In my eyes, your disguise is full of flaws. Do you think I want to snatch the sea token? No, I don't care about that stuff at all. Only those who are not capable want to seize it. For a genius like me, exploring the secrets behind the sea quelling painting is far more meaningful than that." Suddenly, Han Fei's eyes turned cold and he was shocked in the heart. Was the sea token related to the sea quelling painting? Now he just wanted to tie this little fatty up and ask him. Many people had mentioned the sea token, but it was the second time he heard someone mention the sea quelling painting. For the first time it was Jiang Qin, who ran away with old Jiang because of the sea quelling painting. The two seemed to have gone to the unknown place. The little fatty seemed to find that he was talking too much, so he hurriedly covered his mouth. "Oh. I didn't say anything. Well, anyway, the sea token is actually not as useful as you think. When I was 8 years old, I just used it as a toy. It's not interesting, Han Fei." Xia Xiaochan turned her eyes to Han Fei. "This little fatty seems to be from a very powerful family?" Han Fei looked at the little fatty and said, "May I visit your fishing boat?" Han Fei chuckled. What are you eating? Here I am. The next second, the ghost speed divine boat disappeared and the little fatty sat on Han Fei's boat right beside the big pot. As he smelt the pot, his mouth watered. Han Fei? Xiaoshan? Han Fei asked, little ball, aren't you afraid that I will kill you? The little fatty made a face at Han Fei. You dare not. Even if you can kill me, you can't run away. Xiaoshan looked puzzled. Why? Because you also have a life monument? The little fatty rubbed his hands, looking eagerly at the yellow blooded sea cucumber in the pot, and his mouth was watering. It looked so tasty. When he saw the doubt on Han Fei and Xiaoshan's faces, he casually explained, on the one hand, it is the life monument. On the other hand, all children from powerful families in the 1,000-star city who come to the Level 3 fishery will be shielded with life-saving treasures such as an amulet and dying strike. Those truly talented will even be given an immortal seal. Anyway, you won't be able to kill me. Han Fei. Han Fei was speechless and cursing old Bai in his heart. Look at them and look at what you have done to protect me. I was only given a spiritual weapon and a sea-swallowing seashell, which are everywhere in the Level 3 fishery. What the F***ck is the use of these two things? Xiaoshan wondered, what is a life monument? And what are the amulet, dying strike, and the other life-saving treasures? The little fatty murmured, life monument is something to inform your family the moment you're killed. An amulet is something protecting you, which can block many attacks. A dying strike is a blow from the strongest one of your family that is sealed in the body. When you're dying, it will shoot out of your body and attack your enemy. It is set based on your strength and is usually a whole realm above yours. As for the immortal seal, with it, you can come back to life even if you're killed. Han Fei couldn't help but gasp. Fortunately, he didn't try to kill the Sun Mu trio when he was in the sea grassland. Otherwise, he might have been killed. The distance of 500 kilometers was a very short distance for a fishing boat. When the fishing boat reached the steps into the sea, Han Fei saw a super huge platform on which people covered. Many people sat on the ground, with a layer of fish skin under them, and various things on it. It was like a flea market here, and the atmosphere was very lively. Of course, Han Fei and Xiaoshan, who had come here for the first time, were still wondering where this platform came from. They couldn't see any traces of land. There was only a huge above-water platform in this place. It seemed that the surface of the sea was frozen, forming a huge piece of transparent glass, and people were walking freely on it. Unreasonable. Is the seawater frozen? It doesn't seem to be cold. Han Fei was still thinking. Look, the black and white ghosts are here. Someone yelled, black and white ghosts, get out of the steps into the sea. You are not welcome here. Most people disliked them very much. When they saw the black and white fishing boat, they were very disgusted. More people gathered around. They all wanted to see what the two cannibals looked like. At this time, the black and white fishing boat disappeared. Han Fei held a pot even bigger than him with one hand, and he fell from the sky. And Xiaoshan stood on his shoulder. Each of them was wearing a tall and long crooked hat, with kill and die respectively written on them. Because their costumes were very weird, with one of them completely black and the other completely white, they didn't look like good people at all. Therefore, when Han Fei landed holding the pot, many people retreated to the sides. Coming down with Han Fei was little fatty Chow. As soon as he appeared, he was recognized. Oh. It's Chow Chiu. Huh? Why is Chow Chiu with the black and white ghosts? Damn, does Chow Chiu eat humans too? Oh my god, Chow Chiu is really a person born with a silver spoon. Are the black and white ghosts also from a powerful family? There was constant discussion and everyone was speculating about Han Fei and Xia Shechan's backgrounds. Han Fei tilted his head and looked at Chow Chiu. Are you famous? Chow Chiu proudly said, of course, I'm very famous. The first ghost speed divine boat was built by me here within a month. I still got a big chance here. And many people were very envious of me. I am also .. Chow Chiu began to brag about his past records, such as catching a big turtle from the steps into the sea, which broke some record, and refining a powerful weapon, blah, blah, blah. Han Fei's face turned black. This little fatty is so shameless. I really wonder how he became an advanced dangling fisher. Yes, Chow Chiu was only an advanced dangling fisher. But this kind of person couldn't be treated as an ordinary advanced dangling fisher, just as Han Fei couldn't be merely treated as an intermediate dangling fisher. Xia Shaochan asked, let's eat first? Then we can go for a walk. Chow Chiu rubbed his hands. Yes, yes. We are now teammates. Apart from inventing, I also like cooking. Han Fei rolled his eyes. Fat people like to cook. Who said that? This is a hobby. For example, you can't boil sea cucumber this way. You should add some spiritual fruits and it'll be better if you add different kinds of spiritual fruits. Xia Shaochan snorted. Shut up. This hasn't been done yet. Chow Chiu scoffed. Huh? Isn't it already cooked? Han Fei smiled faintly. Cooked? Yes, but it's not done yet. You underestimate my unrivaled cooking skills. Chow Chiu. Han Fei poured the broth out of the pot with a splash under the surprised gaze of everyone. Then, he poured a spoonful of oil into the pot. Another pot appeared in Xia Shechan's hands. She put the sea cucumber into the pot and drained it, while the blood-drinking knife was dancing in the sky. In the blink of an eye, more than a dozen spices fell into the pot. Sparks flew high and many people exclaimed. Then, while Chow Chiu was dumbfounded, Xia Shaochan poured the dried sea cucumber pieces from the pot into Han Fei's pot. Then Han Fei began to toss the pot vigorously. With another splash, a piece of sea cucumber was tossed into the air, 3 meters high with sparks and seasoning. And Han Fei took out a spiritual fruit containing nearly 70,000 points of spiritual energy from Forge the Universe. While as dancing with the sea cucumbers, the spiritual fruit was beaten to pieces by Han Fei and mixed in the pot. At that moment, a mystic light burst forth and the fire burst out 10 feet high. When the sea cucumber and juice all fell into the big pot, Han Fei threw the pot to the ground and the aroma suddenly rose to the sky. Han Fei raised his head high and shouted, "Come taste my spiritual sea cucumber with soy sauce." How does it taste? A string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: spiritual sea cucumber with soy sauce. Introduction: a dish cooked with yellow-blooded sea cucumbers and the essence of various ingredients, supplemented with spiritual fruits, has an endless fragrance. Tastes smooth and delicious, full of energy. It is a very rare dish. Level 29. Quality rare. Contains spiritual energy 86,688 points. Edible effect provides a huge amount of energy and strengthens your physique by up to 40% in a short time, 3 hours. Gulp. Chow Chow sat on the ground, his mouth watering. He stared at the yellow-blooded sea cucumber in the pot dumbfounded and licked his lips from time to time. Chow Chow's mouth trembled. Oh. My God. It's the first time I've ever seen someone cook like this. Not only Chow Chow, but many onlookers were also dumbfounded. He cooked more fancily than fighting. This Van Datong is such a freak. The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's lap, saying to him via voice transmission, "Can I eat it now?" Han Fei snorted. You are a stupid contractual spiritual beast in their eyes. You can't eat it until there is no one else left. Chow Chow rubbed his mouth casually with his sleeve, picked up a large piece of sea cucumber, and took a big bite. Gulp. After a bite, the rich broth rolled over Chow Chow's taste buds. The billowing fragrance rushed into his nostrils and dipped into his mind. He shuddered all over and then said in a trembling voice, "Impossible. Impossible. How can there be such a delicious thing in the world? Ah. Somebody, come." Immediately after the little fatty yelled, 2 peak-level dangling fishers from the crowd rushed over. "Master, what's your order?" Chow Chow shouted, "Go buy me 1,000 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers. From now on, I will eat this every day. Also, buy a large pot and a large spoon and make a kitchen knife and a whetstone. Nothing less. Do you hear me?" "Yes, boss." Chow Chow gobbled up, with no regard for his table manners. Xiao Xiaochan also grabbed a piece of yellow-blooded sea cucumber, chewing and mocking, "Hey, genius, do you still think you're good at cooking? Can you cook this dish?" Chow Chow's mouth was full of sea cucumber, and he looked at Han Fei with shining eyes. "I'll learn it. I will definitely be able to learn well. There is nothing in this world that I cannot learn." Han Fei ate a large piece of sea cucumber and mumbled, "Did I say I would teach you? I've watched you cooking, so I'll learn it." "Alas. But what kind of spiritual fruit did you use? I don't seem to have seen it before. Also, what's that black, sour water you used? Where did you get it?" A smile appeared at the corner of Han Fei's mouth. "That's a secret recipe. Handed down from my ancestors." Chow Chow waved his hand. "I'll buy it from you." Han Fei shrugged indifferently. "But I don't lack anything. This is very precious and not for sale. I think it's worth a divine weapon at least." Puff. The onlookers whose mouths were watering were all shocked by Han Fei's words. A recipe is worth a magic weapon? Is this guy out of his mind? Chow Chow's eyes widened. "Forget it. I can't afford it. But I will research it. I have already got the taste for it." Han Fei smacked his lips and said, "But, for the sake of our friendship, I can give you a little. But, you've got to get the sea cucumber yourself. I only have 1 yellow-blooded sea cucumber." Chow Chow was overjoyed to hear that Han Fei would give him some seasonings. "No problem. I can give you some of the sea cucumbers I'll buy. I will only keep a few of them for trying it out." In the crowd, Li Hani, who swam here from underwater, finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, when he saw the scene of Fan Datong cooking, he frowned suspiciously. Han Fei seems to be good at cooking too. After the meal, the three of them were full of vigor and spiritual energy. They didn't intend to cultivate, but instead wandered around on the steps into the sea. Xiao Xiaochan said to Han Fei via voice transmission, "When shall we go down the steps into the sea?" Chao Chio's stomach bulged with food and he chuckled. "Do you want to go down the steps into the sea now? You really underestimate it." Xiao Xiaochan was puzzled. "What do you mean?" The little fatty's belly trembled as he said, "It's your first time coming to the steps into the sea. Don't believe the hearsay. I guess you must have heard that people of all levels come here and obtain treasures by fighting and killing each other, right? Let me tell you the truth, this is all false. The talented guys are all below." Han Fei asked, "Huh? Isn't it said that each floor of the steps into the sea is a distinct world where tens of thousands of people are fighting? Is it not that simple?" "Haha, which fool told you that?" Han Fei's eyes turned cold. Did the idiot Li Hani tell him the wrong information? The little fatty dropped a piece of black iron in a stall, then grabbed a jar of sea green tree sap and sucked at it. Then, he said to Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, "Basically, there are no decent things for sale at the steps into the sea. What you can see now are some low-level spiritual weapon materials and spiritual-level combat skills, which is of no use to us." Han Fei asked, "But where did these people get so much material?" The little fatty said, "By bartering." Xiao Xiaochan wondered, "With whom?" "With the steps into the sea." "Oh. Do you know that the steps into the sea are actually not steps for you to walk down? It is just a name. In fact, this is a large altar. If you pay, there will be a return." Chao Chio suddenly started to speak via voice transmission and explained, "Let's speak this way. Most people don't know about these things. I can't tell them all." Chao Chio kept explaining for nearly half an hour and Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's faces changed many times as they listened. The two exchanged a glance from time to time. According to Chao Chio, the step into the sea was an extremely weird place, so weird that it gave people the creeps, as if someone was manipulating this treasure place that everyone yearned for. In Chao Chio's description, the steps into the sea was actually an altar in the sea. Anyone who wanted to get a chance from the steps into the sea, whether you were on the first floor or the 100th floor, you needed to offer sacrifices to the altar. The only difference was that the sacrifice on the first floor was very cheap, while the sacrifice on the 100th floor was very expensive. The sacrifices could be spiritual energy, weapons, materials, spiritual fruits, or ocean creatures. It was said that after reaching the 100th floor, a single sacrifice, if converted into spiritual energy, would cost at least 10,000 points of spiritual energy. As for how much it was, Chao Chio was also uncertain. In Han Fei's eyes, 10,000 points of spiritual energy was not much, it was quite little. But that was for him. In fact, the total amount of the spiritual energy an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher owned was only around 5,000 points. So, was 10,000 points of spiritual energy much? Yes, it was a lot. However, for some wealthy people, such as this fatty Chow, he asked his men to buy 1,000 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers for him to experiment with. Just for a meal. This kind of person who had money to burn could carry a lot of spiritual fruits. However, this little fatty was really generous. 990 of the 1,000 yellow-blooded sea cucumbers were already in Forge the Universe. So the steps into the sea was not that simple. You offered sacrifices, but you wouldn't necessarily get an opportunity. On the contrary, the price you paid was just for holding a summoning ceremony. You needed to fight against the creatures you summoned, and then it was possible to obtain something from these creatures. Of course, some lucky guys directly summoned the corresponding reward after paying the price, but it was not certain how good the rewards would be. According to Lihani, for example, on the first 50 floors of the steps into the sea, there were a large number of people fighting and killing, which was because everyone wanted to rob one another. The adventurers' agreement was that it was completely safe on the platform. No matter who you were, you would have to behave yourself. Otherwise, people would gang up on you. However, it was a different story after you entered the steps into the sea. For example, someone offered a sacrifice on the first floor of the steps into the sea and got a treasure. If someone else wanted this treasure after seeing it, they might attack you. According to Little Fatty, there was once an incredibly lucky guy who offered a sacrifice on the 49th floor and got a divine weapon. However, this guy ended up being killed with this divine weapon staying in his hand for less than 5 minutes. Then, more and more people got to know the existence of this divine weapon. In the beginning, hundreds of people were scrambling for it, but in the end, tens of thousands of people were fighting for it. And then a dragon boat came over. And a huge number of dangling fishers came over to join in on the melee. In the end, according to incomplete statistics, as many as 50,000 people died at that time because of that divine weapon. This showed how terrifying the treasure could be. Han Fei couldn't help wondering, who took Lian Qi's body in the end? How much turmoil did it cause? Chao Qiu said to Han Fei and Xia Shaochan with a smile, so, in fact, the lower you go, the better the opportunity you'll get. Have you heard of the guy who reached the 208th floor? Han Fei shrugged. Yes, what happened to him? Chao Qiu chuckled. That was you? My elder brother. Han Fei shouted, can you just say it all in one breath? Damn, I was freaked out. Chao Qiu smiled. But my brother's chance is also my chance. That day, he got a broken shipwreck, with which I created a ghost speed divine boat. Am I awesome? Come on, praise me, praise me. Han Fei glanced contemptuously at Little Fatty and said, then how about you? Which floor did you reach? Chao Qiu took a sip of the sap and said, actually, I've done okay. I have reached the 148th floor. By the way, I heard that you destroyed the sea grassland, so I went over to check it out. However, when I got there, I found that you had all gone. The current central area of the sea grassland is a complete mess, and many people have died there. Han Fei was stunned. Did you go into the sea grassland? Chao Qiu dropped the sap jar in his hand, and someone immediately picked it up. To him, this stuff was worthless. However, to others, this wooden jar was also a refining material, which could be used to refine at least a high-quality magic weapon. Chao Qiu smiled. Not only did I go to the sea grassland, but I also went to the undersea city. But when I got there, the city collapsed into rubble and nothing was left. Then I heard you guys were going to the Valley of 10,000 Smokes, but I didn't think you would go to such a boring place. So I explored 2 secret realms on the way and came back. I never expected to meet you here. Isn't it amazing? Han Fei didn't know what to say. Does this little fatty have nothing to do? They were more than 200,000 kilometers away from the sea. Grassland. And the sea grassland is not close to the undersea city either. So, the little fatty had traveled 5 to 600,000 kilometers these past few weeks. Chow Chow nodded. Well, let's wander around. We will be at the center of the steps into the sea soon. The things in that place are slightly better, mostly from the 80th floor onward. If there is anything worth buying, buy it so that we have something to sacrifice when we enter the steps into the sea. Xia Xiaochan tugged at Han Fei's arm. We don't seem to have that much money. Before Han Fei said anything, the little fatty said with a smile, oh. You don't have to worry about money. As your teammate, I can sponsor you with 5 million mid-quality pearls. It can't bring you to the 200th floor, for sure. But the 150th floor will be no problem. Do you have anything on you? Or, if you don't have money or spiritual energy, it doesn't matter. You can grab some. At the steps into the sea. Many people are doing this down there. Maybe you can make it to the 100th floor without spending a penny. Xia Xiaochan grinned. Haha, I like it. And I like your 5 million mid-quality pearls better. Chow Chow waved his hand generously. It doesn't matter. This little money is nothing. As long as we cooperate to go down and kill Yongdiu and the others. Yes, kill them. Han Fei couldn't help sighing. You seem to really hate them. Chow Chow's expression turned grim. Yes, indeed. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. When I first saw you, I knew our friendship would be firm. Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan. Han Fei didn't respond to him. They were all from the powerful families in the 1,000-star city. He couldn't just agree to this matter. Who knew what would happen if he got involved in this? However, what made Han Fei excited was what he could do in this place. Can I really rob the people down there at will? Chow Chow patted his belly. Sure. Now that you have a disguise, it becomes even easier for you. They won't even know who robbed them. Han Fei couldn't help looking at the little fatty speechlessly. Have you done this a lot? Why would I bother to rob those useless guys? I just need to rob my brother. Han Fei. Xia Xiaochan. The appearance of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan caused commotion along the way. However, no one was afraid of them. Because this was above the steps into the sea, no matter how cruel and fierce the black and white ghosts were, they dared not touch them here. But why were the black and white ghosts with the little fatty from the Chow family along the way? Oh. Young Master Chow, have you come back? This is the frozen fish marrow from the 66th floor. It has been kept on ice, refreshing and delicious. Would you like a cup of it? Chow Chow shook his head. No, my stomach is bursting. I can't drink anything more. Someone also greeted him, Young Master Chow, I have a broken mirror I got from the 82nd floor. Although I don't know what the use of it is, I think it looks extraordinary. Would you like to take a look at it, Young Master Chow? Chow Chow took the mirror, casually, turned it over, and immediately threw it to the side. It's just an ordinary mirror. Maybe some girl dropped it on the ground. It's useless. Someone hurried over, holding a stone and said, Young Master Chow, please take a look at this. Is there anything special about this egg? I got it from the 99th floor. Maybe some peerless beast can be hatched from it. Chow Chou snorted. If some peerless beast can be hatched from it, you'll have to show me. Get out of the way. This is just a damn stone. Watching many people rushing over to show things to Chow Chou expectantly, Han Fei couldn't help but ask, "Do you often come to collect junk?" Chow Chou was stunned. What? Collect junk? I have a pair of eyes that are good at discovering. Nothing good can escape my sharp eyes. I'm a genius. Xia Xiaochan curled her lips. But you look stupid. Chow Chou was very unhappy to hear that. What are you talking about? Although I look stupid. Bah. Although I'm a little bit on the heavy side, you can't call me stupid. I'm very smart. Han Fei shook his head with a smile. Yes, you are smart. Is this the core trading area you mentioned? In Han Fei's view, things here were indeed not bad. He just glanced casually and saw that there were broken extra-quality spiritual weapons on sale. If they were repaired, they could be as sharp as before. Xia Xiaochan exclaimed, "Datong, look at this dagger." Han Fei was surprised. Ahem, well, Xiaoan. You are a soul warrior. Why do you need a dagger? Xia Xiaochan suddenly remembered that she was now called Xia Xiaoan. Oh, she forgot about it again. Seeing this scene, Chow Chou secretly sighed. Come on. You guys just spilled the beans. You are Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. Only a hunter would have that look when he or she sees a dagger. After walking for a while, Han Fei saw numerous things on the side of the road, such as spiritual trees, spiritual plants, alien demonic fish, special crab claws, python tendons, snake gall, black stones and crystals, turtle shells, combat skills. All kinds of stuff. They looked pretty good. It was just they were still far from what he wanted. Despite this, Han Fei still bought a lot of things and spent mid-quality pearls like water. These things Han Fei bought have a very interesting common feature, that was, they were particularly bright, shiny, and dazzling. Chow Chou asked, "Hey, why do you buy so many shiny things? Don't you be afraid to blind your eyes?" Han Fei smiled strangely. It's okay. I like shiny things. Secretly, Han Fei complained to the hexagon starfish, "Master Hexagon, that's enough. Do you know how much money I spent for you just now?" As much as 300,000 mid-quality pearls. The hexagon starfish responded, "I have set formations for you and killed your enemies for you. However, before today, I haven't gotten a shiny treasure." Han Fei smiled helplessly. "Fine, I'll buy them for you. However, you can spend at most 500,000 mid-quality pearls. If it exceeds this number, I will sell you instead." While they were talking, someone hurriedly ran to a clearing not far away. He put a fish skin map on the ground and waved his hand, and then a mess of things fell on the fish skin map. Among them, there was an extremely dazzling flash, and many people unconsciously looked away to avoid looking at it. This person just wanted to peddle and suddenly glimpsed that Chow Chou was not far away. He immediately waved at Chow Chou and shouted, "Young Master Chow. Young Master Chow, I've got a treasure here." And Han Fei heard the hurried shouts of Master Hexagon, "I want it, I want it. I want this treasure." Xia Xiaochan scoffed. "This gluttonous and lazy starfish wants you to buy something again, right?" The hexagon starfish said via voice transmission, "This is a treasure, a big Treasure. Han Fei's face was black. Shut up. I'll see myself if it's a treasure. Han Fei and Cao Qiu stepped forward at the same time. Cao Qiu grabbed the luminous object and took a look at it, and his eyes were dazzled by it, so he tilted his head and asked, "What's this thing? I can't even look at it." "This kind of black crystal has appeared before. Wearing it for a long time can stabilize one's spiritual power and soul. It is not that good." But in Han Fei's eyes, there was different information. Name: Soul Crystal. Introduction: a black crystal condensed from a shattered soul. It will only be produced from the souls of hidden fissures and above. It is ownerless and can boost the power of your soul if swallowing it after suppressing it with spiritual power and nourishing it with soul. Level 1. Effect: it can slightly strengthen soul power. Han Fei paused. "Master Hexagon, you know what it is, don't you?" The hexagon starfish opened his eyes secretly, and then his eyes rolled slightly. "I don't know." Han Fei smiled. "Master Hexagon, you are becoming more and more dishonest now. Isn't this a soul crystal? Why don't you tell me?" "Okay, since you tried to keep it from me, you're not going to get it, no." "Wait a minute." The hexagon starfish was shocked. "Do you know it's a soul crystal? From above I know astronomy, from below I know geography, from outside I know the universe, and from inside I know the heavens and earth. You lie to me. This is a big deal. I'll keep the soul crystal myself." The hexagon starfish's tentacles held Han Fei tightly. "I'll tell you, but give me this soul crystal. Okay?" Han Fei shrugged. "It depends on what you'll tell me. Now tell me." The hexagon starfish's tentacles drooped and he replied helplessly, "Creatures above level 50 will usually produce soul crystals after death. Some powerful creatures that are under level 40 can also produce soul crystals. Soul crystals are ownerless, so any creature can actually absorb it to strengthen their soul." Han Fei urged him, and the hexagon starfish dared not to lie to him any longer. It could only respond. "Also, soul crystals are divided into levels, just like the spiritual heritage of you humans and the demonic heritage of sea monsters. This white soul crystal is the most common kind. That's all I know. I'm still young and I don't know that much." Han Fei's face changed slightly. "Don't pretend to be young. You are already hundreds of years old." The guy peddling the soul crystal was a little disappointed to see Cao Qiu not interested. However, before he put it away, he heard Han Fei suddenly say, "I want this thing. How much is it?" Cao Qiu glanced at Han Fei strangely. "Why do you want to buy this thing?" Han Fei said casually, "I'm buying it for fun." Cao Qiu said to him via voice transmission, "Do you know this is a soul crystal? This is only a level 1 soul crystal. Although it looks dazzling, it's not that useful. Even if you can fully absorb it, it can't promote your soul power much." Han Fei was surprised. "Then why did you say this was only an ordinary black crystal?" Cao Qiu rolled his eyes. "Of course I can't tell the truth to ordinary people. If I do, the price of this thing will soar. Then how can I buy it in the future?" Han Fei discovered that this little fatty was very cunning. Or maybe it was the consensus of the people like him that this kind of thing shouldn't be known by ordinary people. The man was overjoyed that Han Fei wanted to buy this crystal. He just came out of the steppes into the sea, so he had never heard of the name of the black and white ghosts. Although Han Fei was weirdly dressed, he didn't mind. Well, bro, it pained me to get this. But you're a friend of young Master Chow. So you just need to pay 100,000 mid-quality pearls, before he finished. Speaking, Chow Chiu suddenly put his hands on his hips. Hey! What? How much do you charge? The man looked embarrassed and then hurriedly said, I'm mistaken. 50,000, only 50,000 mid-quality pearls. This price is quite fair. However, Chow Chiu waved his hand. Okay, 30,000 mid-quality pearls then. The seller? Han Fei widened his eyes. This was the first time he saw someone counteroffer like this. Xiao Shaochan's beautiful eyes blinked. Such a counteroffer was so interesting. In the end, Han Fei spent 30,000 mid-quality pearls to buy this soul crystal. However, Han Fei didn't care about the soul crystal so much now. Instead, he looked at Chow Chiu suspiciously. Do you know these people well? Why do I feel that everyone here knows you? Chow Chiu proudly said, because I am close to the people. Han Fei was playing with the soul crystal, and the hexagon starfish on his shoulder was gently scratching Han Fei with its tentacles as if begging him. Han Fei asked, are many of these soul crystals produced on the steps into the sea? Chow Chiu shook his head slightly. No, not many show up before the 148th floor. Han Fei's face was black. Don't keep reminding me that you have reached the 148th floor. And what about the lower floors? Chow Chiu tilted his head, making a look of contemplation before saying, I heard that as long as you're past the 150th floor, the output of soul crystals is good. Between the 100th and the 150th floor, a soul crystal will appear about every 100 times you make a sacrifice. And there may be two below the 150th floor. You call this good? Every 100 times? Han Fei calculated in his head, in this case, soul crystals are actually not cheap at all. There is only one chance to obtain a soul crystal every 100 times you sacrifice something. This thing seems to be very rare. Han Fei said to the hexagon starfish via voice transmission, Master Hexagon. Do you hear that? If you want soul crystals, I can take you down. But you'll have to offer sacrifices with your own treasures. The hexagon starfish? The tentacles of the hexagon starfish were twitching. Give me this one. First. Han Fei threw the soul crystal in to forge the universe. Don't worry. I'll keep this one for a test to see how effective this soul crystal is. The hexagon starfish grew eager. It can greatly increase soul strength. Han Fei couldn't help asking, what's the benefit of increasing soul strength? It can strengthen one's spiritual power. Han Fei leaned closer. And then? There are many benefits. You can perceive farther away, set up formations faster, and have a stronger perception of danger. Han Fei sneered. You mean you can escape faster then, don't you? Don't think about it. This soul crystal is mine. After we get down there, there will be tons of soul crystals. Or we can just rob others. Chow Chiu took Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan to saunter around. At first, Chow Chiu led the way, and then Xiao Shaochan led the way. Xiao Shaochan picked up something from time to time, sometimes it was a spiritual weapon, sometimes it was a crystal, and sometimes it was a combat skill. And Chow Chiu and Han Fei followed behind to pay. Mainly Cao Qiu paid. Or to be exact, his men following him paid. Cao Qiu looked at Xia Xiaochan, who was on a shopping spree. Do women like shopping? Han Fei smiled. I think so. It must be. My sister also likes to go shopping and she buys a lot of junk. Every time. In the end, she throws everything to me and asks me to pick out useful things for her. But how can I find anything useful from a pile of junk? Han Fei smiled and said nothing. In fact, he told Xia Xiaochan to do this same thing. Anyway, the little fatty Cao Qiu would pay for her. But there was no free lunch in the world. No matter how rich the little fatty was, he didn't have to splurge like this, right? He had already spent 10 million mid-quality pearls for him and Xia Xiaochan. Was there really such a good thing in the world? He could even buy the fish dragons with this money. 14. Cao Qiu didn't care what Xia Xiaochan bought and approached Han Fei's side, saying, Hey! I heard that Sun Mu, Yang Diu, and Mo Fian all suffered a great loss because of you when you were in the sea grasslands. Is it true? What losses did they suffer? Did you beat them? Or slap them? Did you slap them hard? You should have slapped them as hard as you could. If only you could beat them to death. Han Fei said solemnly, My name is Fan Datong, not Han Fei. The little fatty said indifferently, Okay, so which of the three of them suffered most? I heard that dozens of peak-level dangling fishers in the sun family died. Did you kill them? But it doesn't make sense. How could an intermediate dangling fisher manage to do that? Is it because of your secret method? Han Fei did not answer. The little fatty continued, You know what, Sun Mu looks like a gentleman, but is actually very sinister. Yang Diu is a fool, but he always thinks he is super smart, and he is very rude. As for Mo Fian, that woman is scary as my sister. Han Fei wondered, You mean your biological sister? The little fatty nodded naturally. Yes, of course. My brother is my biological brother and my sister is my biological sister. However, my brother is stronger. My sister is very beautiful. Han Fei rolled his eyes and said, It's none of my business whether your sister is beautiful or not. The little fatty chuckled. I think my sister also has a good personality. Although she is scary in other people's eyes, she is nice to her family. Would you like to date her? Alf. Fortunately, Xia Xiaochan didn't hear these words. Otherwise, the little fatty would have been stabbed just now. Han Fei asked, seriously, are Sun Mu and the others all below? Fatty Chow nodded angrily. Yes, they are all below. These bastards are all below. They came a month ago, and it has been a month since. Not only them, but also other bastards, such as Zhang Wen from the Zhang family, Li Hai, and Li Baizhou from the Li family, Chen Aochen from the Chen family, Wang Zitian from the Wang family, Yi Baiyu from the Yi family. They are all below. Yes. These damn people are all below. Han Fei always felt that this little fatty was a bit strange. At this moment, he felt more so he asked, Do you think that, except for your Chow family, all the juniors of other families in the Thousand-Star City should be killed? Huh? How do you know what I'm thinking? Han Fei questioned, why? There was a trace of determination in Cao Qiu's eyes. Han Fei even saw a trace of sadness, but Chao Chou quickly put away this emotion and said ferociously. No reason. They deserve to die. All of them. It's best to kill them all. Han Fei was helpless. As you've said, they all have something like an amulet. Immortal seal, dying strike or life monument to protect them. With so many life-saving methods, we can't kill them. Chao Chou clenched his fists. Then let's kill as many of them as we can. Han Fei smiled and said, what if we can't even kill one of them? Chao Chou seemed to be frustrated. Then we still have to try. This is a great goal, and I will fight for it all my life. Han Fei laughed. Then who do you want to kill the most? Chao Chou's face suddenly changed. After a long silence, he said, Chao Tian. Han Fei was stunned. Chao? Is he from the Chao family? He is my brother. Your biological brother? Yes. Huh. Han Fei gaped in shock. Is this little fatty out of his F***king mind? He once mentioned that when he wanted something, he would snatch it from his brother. It turns out that the one he wanted to kill most was his brother, the record holder for the steps into the sea. Is this guy crazy? Han Fei was almost speechless. If your brother knows this, will he kill you? Chao Chou disdainfully said, he already knows. It's just that I can't beat him. Now. If I could, I would have killed him long ago. Han Fei. What kind of family is this? The younger brother wants to kill the elder brother, which the elder brother knows about. But he still lets his younger brother snatch his things? However, there must be some unknown story behind the situation. It seemed that it was just an obsession of this little fatty to kill the juniors of the other big families. Although he didn't know how this obsession was formed, based on the little fatty's current strength, he obviously had no ability to kill any of them. So, the little fatty wanted to cooperate with him and Xia Shaochan. Perhaps, in his eyes, anyone who could go against the juniors of the powerful families from the Thousand-Star City were potential partners. And the Sun Mu's trio suffered a great loss because of him when they were in the sea grasslands. Therefore, this little fatty traveled hundreds of thousands of kilometers to search for him and Xia Shaochan. Because he was very concerned about him, this little fatty could distinguish Han Fei and Xia Shaochan at a glance. After all, he really cared about this matter. As thinking of this, Han Fei couldn't help being shocked. Although this little fatty looked a bit stupid, he didn't seem to be lying to him. If what he said was true, this little fatty was actually a man of great perseverance. This slightly moved Han Fei. Han Fei said to Xia Shaochan via voice transmission. Xia Shaochan, don't buy any more. It's enough. Xia Shaochan asked, are we going down? Yes. These deals here are meaningless. Let's go down and have some fun. With that, he looked at Chao Chou. Going down? Chao Chou smiled cheerfully. Wait a minute. We have to agree on something. Once we go down, the situation will be very complicated. We should make an agreement on the way of where to meet up again. Han Fei frowned. Are we not going to be together? Chao Chou scoffed. Of course not. Many secret realms only allow one person in each time. However, there is another special thing about the steps into the sea, that is, the further we go down, the more chances we will encounter. Xia Shaochan had already walked over. Why? Chao Chou smiled. Because the further you go down, the smaller the steps. Having seen the bustling scene on a dragon boat and experiencing the high-level transactions on the ghost boat, Han Fei really wasn't impressed with the products sold here. But Xiao Xiaochan had never boarded a dragon boat or the ghost boat. Therefore, she was very attracted to the lively scene here. The three agreed to meet on the 148th floor half a month later. Why the 148th floor? According to Cao Qiu, the 148th floor was relatively easy. Starting from the 149th floor, it would be very difficult. Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan looked at each other. Difficult? It must be that the little fatty didn't have the confidence to pass the 148th floor, so he asked Han Fei and Xiao Xiaochan to wait for him on this floor. But Cao Qiu would never admit that he wanted them to help him pass this level, because he couldn't make it through himself. At this moment, the three of them were standing on a cliff. At the very center of the surface of the steps into the sea, there was a huge cliff that went all the way to the seabed. This cliff was circular, with a radius of nearly 100 kilometers. From here, seawater was gushing down, making big splashes and causing layers of white mist. On the surface, no one could tell how deep it was below. If this platform was just a bottomless pit in the sea, it was normal. But in the middle of this large circular pit, there was a water column rising straight from the bottom. Han Fei saw two groups of people walking out of the water column in the middle, respectively from the left and the right, controlling their fishing boats to fly to the outer platform. At the mouth of the cliff, people jumped off in different postures. Some entered on their stomachs, some on their backs, some plunged in head first, and some jumped in a fancy diving style. Xiao Xiaochan looked at these people in astonishment. How deep is this? Is it okay for them to jump in like this? Cao Qiu smiled and said, "It's okay. It's very exciting and comfortable too. Jump down." Many people, in order to enjoy this process repeatedly, run back up after they jump to the first floor, repeating this process. And they never got bored. As soon as Cao Qiu said this, Xiao Xiaochan jumped. However, before she flew out, she was dragged back by Han Fei. "Do you have money on you?" "Yes. I've just bought a lot of things." Han Fei was helpless. "No. Those things are not enough. I guess you've spent all your mid-quality pearls, right?" As he said this, he took out a bag of sea-swallowing shells and gave it to Xiao Xiaochan. "I don't have much, but this is 100 or so sea-swallowing shells. It should be enough." "Alf." Cao Qiu was shocked. "So many sea-swallowing shell? How many people have you robbed?" Han Fei said solemnly, "Am I that kind of person? I picked them all up." Cao Qiu rolled his eyes. "Really? Where did you pick them up? I can't believe I gave each of you 5 million mid-quality pearls. It turns out that you guys are so rich on your own." However, Xiao Xiaochan did not take it. She also took out a bag of sea-swallowing shells and then compared it with Han Fei's. "Why? Is yours so much fuller than mine? Huh? Where did you get so many sea-swallowing shells?" Xiao Xiaochan blinked. "I grabbed them." Han Fei, Cao Qiu. Han Fei was helpless. For the first time, he gave away something to a little girl so solemnly, but she refused. This was King embarrassing. Han Fei put away the sea-swallowing shells and grunted. "Fine, let's go down. See you in half a month." As soon as Han Fei finished speaking, Xiao Xiaochan flew into the air in a graceful posture. Upon seeing this, Han Fei glanced at Cao Qiu and said, "See you then." Then Han Fei also turned his back to the pit and jumped with a swoosh. For some reason, Han Fei felt Cao Qiu was trustworthy. This was very strange. After all, what Cao Qiu said was a bit crazy, and he didn't look like a reliable person at all. However, Cao Qiu was very frank, which was the sheer opposite of Yang Ruoyun, who was so cunning and sophisticated. Perhaps he had told many people that he wanted to kill his brother, which felt like something a childish kid would do. In midair, Han Fei smashed through the misty clouds. After about 100 meters, Han Fei felt that he had smashed through a marshmallow-like layer of water. After another 100 meters, another marshmallow-like layer of water was smashed by him, which felt so soft and airy. Gee, no wonder some people like to jump down repeatedly. The hexagon starfish's big eyes were wide open and rolling. "I feel there are treasures here, many treasures." Han Fei was helpless. "Master Hexagon, are you stupid? Aren't you talking nonsense? Everyone knows this place is full of treasures." Master Hexagon shouted, "No. I have a strange feeling." Han Fei rolled his eyes. "What do you feel? Do you feel there is a very precious treasure? Like a divine weapon?" Master Hexagon was puzzled for a while. "I can't describe it. Anyway, it feels very special here." Han Fei kept this in mind. The hexagon starfish was very good at treasure hunting. Maybe this was his talent. But Han Fei believed even if there were precious treasures, they were on the lower floors. Han Fei passed through the layers of water mist, enjoying the soft and comfortable feeling of plunging into cotton. Suddenly, he felt a tingling pain in his wrist. Huh? Han Fei was shocked. Was the demon purification pot reacting? This was rare. Every time the demon purification pot reacted, it represented an opportunity. Besides, this time it even stung him. Its intense reaction was unprecedented, indicating there was a great opportunity. At this moment, Han Fei completely believed the words of the hexagon starfish. He glanced at the hexagon starfish avidly, thinking, the hexagon starfish is a treasure hunter indeed. Its perception of treasure is so keen. How can I keep him 1 year more? The hexagon starfish had a chill down his spine under Han Fei's stare and immediately closed his eyes. Then he climbed from Han Fei's shoulders to his legs and hid somewhere Han Fei couldn't see, which made him feel much safer. Bam! 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 Han Fei smashed through many layers of water mist along the way and finally he sank into a large piece of cotton. When he woke up, he found he was less than 100 meters above the ground. Looking around, he found that there was a huge space covered by mist below. In his field of vision, there were nearly 100 people scattered everywhere. Among them, some people were fighting with some marine creatures, such as white-bone fish, black moon sickle fish, red hair big-mouthed crabs, red-browed prawns, and other creatures. Han Fei's appearance should not have attracted much attention. After all, many people jumped off the steps into the sea. Almost every moment, someone was jumping down. However, Han Fei's costume was too conspicuous. He was like a dazzling star among the plainly dressed crowd. He was wearing a black trench coat and a tall hat on his head, with the word "Die" written on it. Immediately, someone exclaimed, "No, it's Fan Datong. Run!" Some people who had never heard of the black and white ghosts asked in surprise, "Who is Fan Datong? What are you running for?" The running man answered in a panic via voice transmission, "He is the black ghost of the black and white ghosts. He is very powerful and has killed many peak-level dangling fishers. As a cannibal, he kills without blinking. He is really scary. Shoot." Hearing it, someone let out a cry and immediately ran wildly, wishing that he had 4 legs. When Han Fei landed, he found that there was not even one person around. And those marine creatures, after their enemies ran away, all looked at Han Fei and then charged at Han Fei like crazy. Han Fei? Han Fei chopped an anti-heaven blade in half. However, this anti-heaven blade did not bleed, but turned into a cloud of water mist and disappeared. Then in the seawater, there was a piece of transparent gypsum in a gleaming mass of water mist. Huh? Han Fei was surprised. Are these ocean creatures not real? But why did it feel like a living creature when he chopped at the anti-heaven blade just now? Then he turned his eyes to a mess-swallowing worm, and a string of data appeared in his eyes. Name: mess-swallowing worm. Introduction: this is an omnivorous worm that will feed on its own kind when it is lacking food. It usually hides in the sand and can be 30 meters long. When it matures, there are sharp hooks and circles of blades in its body. It also has swallowed pearls that can increase your speed when eaten. Level 36. Quality rare, contains spiritual energy, 13-16 points. Edible effect, unable to be eaten. Collectible, none. Non-absorbable. Huh? Han Fei frowned. He remembered that mess-swallowing worm's body contained something called swallowed pearls, which didn't exist now. Besides, it had become non-absorbable. This meant that he couldn't get any spiritual energy from these ocean creatures. Besides, marine creatures usually either had some edible effects or they were inedible, but this was specified as unable to be eaten. Inedible and unable to be eaten seemed to be close in meaning, but actually had different meanings here. Han Fei swung the blood-drinking knife and shattered more than a dozen marine creatures in the blink of an eye. At this time, in the water, more than a dozen kinds of things emerged. There were ordinary black crystals, spiritual plants, spiritual wood, black irons, and crystal stones, and there was even a treasure-hunting fish in a mass of water. Oh! Will there be a treasure in the fish? Han Fei cut open the fish happily. However, there was nothing in it, so Han Fei slashed it in half in anger. However, when the treasure-hunting fish was split into 2 pieces by Han Fei, it did not turn into water mist, but into a block, falling on the invisible ground. Then to Han Fei's surprise, this treasure-hunting fish disappeared without a trace on the smooth and invisible ground under his feet. Huh? Han Fei immediately understood that this treasure-hunting fish must be a so-called sacrifice reward, so it was real. When he discarded it, it would be swallowed by the steps into the sea. Han Fei casually grabbed the black iron, crystals, and other materials floating in the water. According to Cao Qiao, he only needed to communicate with the world in his mind to offer up sacrifices. Then he found that the stuff in his hand disappeared. Immediately, the water rippled not far in front of him, and then an iron hook squid popped up out of nowhere. As soon as this iron hook squid appeared, Han Fei smashed at it with a stone. The tremendous power made the ink sac in its stomach shoot out. If someone else watched this scene, they would be shocked. This squid had just come out and hadn't even aimed at a target before being squashed by Han Fei. 1 or 2 minutes after he killed the squid, a gleaming mass of water appeared. The return this time was a shrimp spur, no more than half a meter long. Han Fei took it in his hand, fiddled with it, and tried to break it with 50% of his strength, but it didn't break, so he exerted a greater strength, to crack it. Crack! It finally broke when he used 60% of his strength. Han Fei immediately threw the thing to the ground. After about 5 minutes, it was slowly swallowed by the ground. Shit. Trash. However, Han Fei did not stop immediately, but he gathered a group of spiritual energy at his fingertips, about 500 points, and tried to use the spiritual energy as a sacrifice. But it didn't work, so Han Fei added 500 points more, which was still not enough. Then, he added another 500 points and found that only 200 points would do, and there were about 300 points left. So much? Han Fei frowned. This was only the first floor of the steps into the sea. Besides, in terms of the rewards he just got, it wasn't that worthwhile. But why did it require as many as 1,200 points of spiritual energy as a sacrifice? This was quite a lot. Even the spiritual energy of a peak level dangling fisher could only be consumed 4 times. This time, what appeared was a black moonsicle fish. After being hacked to death by Han Fei, only an ordinary transparent plaster was left behind, which was worthless. After getting familiar with the rules here, Han Fei recited in his heart, trying to communicate with this world, only to feel that the hard invisible barriers under his feet seemed to have disappeared. Swish. Han Fei felt as if he had penetrated a cloud of soft, cotton-like mist, before appearing about 100 meters higher on the second floor. Oh! The black and white ghosts are here. Run. Some people didn't take it seriously as they stood up and glanced at Han Fei. Someone next to him immediately scolded, "What are you looking at? Quickly. Run. Fan Datong is here. Do you want to be eaten? Run. Come on." In the blink of an eye, these people ran away, leaving more than a dozen creatures summoned by sacrifice. There was almost no difference from the first floor, even in the summoned creatures. With Han Fei's current physique, even if he stood still, these marine creatures had no chance of killing him. After a moment, Han Fei looked at the various materials wrapped in more than a dozen water balls and sighed helplessly. Aren't the stones, shells, and various spiritual plants the least valuable in the ocean? Aren't there any better returns? Among the dozen water balls, only one water ball contained a flash stone. Han Fei didn't even want to pick up the other things. Han Fei couldn't help but wonder, did I only get these garbage objects after paying so much? In fact, these things couldn't even be used to make low-quality spiritual weapons. The further he went down, the higher the quality of materials, but the price he had to pay was also greater. This was a problem. Han Fei used spiritual energy to offer up a sacrifice again. It took nearly 1,300 points of spiritual energy, but only summoned an anti-heaven blade. Continue down. Han Fei smashed the anti-heaven blade with a brick, took the things presented, and then appeared above on the 3rd floor. According to Cao Qiao, only after defeating the creatures he summoned and getting the return of the steps into the sea, could he enter the next floor. Han Fei wondered, after the 200th floor, what kind of creatures will be summoned? The situation on the 3rd floor was almost the same as the 1st and 2nd floors. As soon as Han Fei appeared, someone screamed and then told his origin. In horror. This time, Han Fei sacrificed nearly 1,400 points of spiritual energy. Hiss. Han Fei clicked his tongue. There seemed to be a pattern. Every time he went to the next floor, he needed to consume nearly 100 points more spiritual energy. In order to verify his discovery, Han Fei went all the way down. The time spent on each floor did not even exceed 10 minutes. Not only did he not spend money, but he also made a small profit. After all, so many people ran away, leaving him a lot of sacrificed items. The large number of people who knew about the black and white ghosts ran off as soon as they saw Han Fei, without any hesitation. So the creatures left naturally belonged to Han Fei. This situation lasted until the 31st floor, before it ended. After entering the 31st floor, Han Fei saw a dozen or so people, far less than the hundreds of people on the upper floors. The creatures here were obviously a level stronger. There were no longer the most common black moon fish, anti-heaven blade, etc., but rather black moon sickle fish, mess-swallowing worms, and crayfish. Besides, in terms of level, the creatures here were 1 to 2 levels higher, on average, than those on the upper floors. On the 31st floor, none of these people knew Han Fei, so no one tried escaping. However, the strange costume Han Fei wore still forced them to stay away from him. Han Fei hadn't planned to rob these people. In his opinion, even after the 30th floor, the creatures here were still too weak. Different from the upper floors, the number of fish like the black moon fish and anti-heaven blade had decreased, while the relatively advanced fish such as the black moon sickle fish had increased. That was all. Han Fei offered up a sacrifice. This time, he used 3,300 points of spiritual energy. He didn't estimate very accurately, but the error should not exceed 200 points of spiritual energy. When he saw that a red-browed prawn was summoned, he was a little disappointed. He fired a stone at it, causing its internal organs to burst out. Gosh! Seeing this scene, everyone around him ran away, looking horrified. Sure enough, no strangely dressed fishers were simple. The 51st floor was another watershed. After smashing a sapphire lobster on the 50th floor, Han Fei was rewarded with a palm-sized jade slip, which turned out to be a spirit-level high-quality combat skill. In terms of the return he got on this floor, he definitely made a profit. But then he thought of the rubbish items he got on the first 49 floors, so all together, he found that he seemed to only break even. After he spent a lot of spiritual energy and got a pile of garbage in return, something good finally appeared. This must be the reason that so many people still wanted to come in after knowing that this place was not simple. Then he went directly to the 51st floor without hesitation. This time, he actually met as many as 30 people fighting here. These people were all fighting one-on-one instead of in groups. After Han Fei landed, he casually threw out 20 pieces of meaningless items. According to the previous experience, these 20 materials should be enough for a sacrifice. However, someone laughed and said, "Brother, this is not enough. This is the 51st floor." Seeing that those things hadn't been accepted as a sacrifice, he looked at the man who was fighting with a red-haired big-mouthed crab not far away, and then threw out another 20 pieces of rubbish. Swish, 34 items disappeared. Huh? Han Fei's eyes suddenly brightened. The level of sacrifice on the 51st floor was higher than that of the 50th floor? When a purple soldier crab appeared, Han Fei confirmed that the level here had indeed been higher. Han Fei smiled and then shook his head slightly. But, it's still not enough. He swung a stone and smashed the purple soldier crab to death, which stunned many people. Someone's face changed and then slowly moved away from Han Fei. But these people did not flee, as they seemed to have something or someone to rely on. After receiving a flash stone, Han Fei offered another sacrifice of spiritual energy, and 10,000 points of spiritual energy disappeared instantly. Shit. So much? Continuing down, Han Fei stayed longer and longer on each floor. According to his own experience, the 50th floor of the steps into the sea could be regarded as a watershed. Starting from the 51st floor, if sacrificing spiritual energy, it would consume at least 10,000 points of spiritual energy each time. Every floor down, the spiritual energy would be consumed by about 1,000 points more. This amount of spiritual energy to be consumed was something that many people couldn't afford, although the spiritual energy contained in a single spiritual fruit was enough for anyone to go down 7 or 8 floors. However, correspondingly, the creatures summoned on each floor were getting stronger and stronger. Besides, if you took a spiritual fruit, unless you could quickly pass the coming floors within a few hours, the spiritual energy contained in the spiritual fruit was dissipating, and you also needed to use spiritual energy in the fights with the summoned creatures. Therefore, in theory, if a person had 100,000 points of spiritual energy, considering the spiritual energy used for fighting that dissipated and that was used as the sacrifice, they could probably only pass 5 floors. As calculated by Han Fei, the price of buying an ordinary spiritual fruit on a dragon boat was about 800 to 1,000 mid-quality pearls, which could be used by ordinary people to pass 5 floors after the 50th floor. Of course, as the difficulty increased, the number of floors a person could pass would gradually decrease. At this moment, on the 100th floor, Han Fei sacrificed about 65,000 points of spiritual energy, which was equivalent to 6 low-quality spiritual stones and 1 ordinary spiritual fruit. He took out the embroidery needle, and now his opponent was a red flame python. At this moment, the red flame python's head had been smashed by Han Fei's powerful blow. Han Fei was overjoyed to see the reward, which turned out to be a soul crystal. Although it was only a first-level soul crystal, Han Fei had earned back all his previous investments with it alone. It could be said that this time he didn't suffer a loss. The hexagon starfish pleaded, "Give me this one. You've already got 2. Han Fei didn't enter the 101st floor in a hurry, but asked, "Master Hexagon, how shall I use this stuff? Eat it?" "Yes, just eat it. But it's not delicious. Give it to me, please." Han Fei smiled without saying a word and directly threw the soul crystal into his mouth. However, with a chomp, he almost broke his teeth. F***ck, it's so hard? Are you sure this stuff is eaten directly? Han Fei spat out the soul crystal and found that the small crystal had not changed at all. The hexagon starfish rolled its many eyes. "Don't chew it. Just swallow it. Into your stomach directly." Han Fei questioned, "Did you eat one?" The hexagon starfish's eyes rolled. "I haven't eaten it, but I feel I can swallow it directly." "Shut up." Han Fei's face blackened. "You feel? F***ck. I'm not a damn starfish. Just because you can swallow it doesn't mean I can do it too." Han Fei thought that he needed to ask someone how to absorb the soul crystal. He had only 2 soul crystals, so he couldn't give one to the hexagon starfish. With this in mind, Han Fei stopped for the first time on the steps into the sea. Before, he stayed for 10 minutes or so on each floor to test the amount of spiritual energy required to sacrifice on each floor. Therefore, he hadn't strolled on every floor. Now Han Fei could guess that the 101st floor below would be another watershed. The amount of spiritual energy required to sacrifice on the 101st floor wouldn't be small. The garbage items accumulated on the upper floors wouldn't even be enough to support him to pass 2 more floors. Should he use his stored spiritual energy? Han Fei didn't think it necessary. He only needed to test the spiritual energy to be consumed on the first 2 floors after each watershed. If he kept using spiritual energy, his spiritual energy would run out. Unable to get what he wanted, the hexagon starfish could only hang on to Han Fei's calf, his tentacles gently scratching his leg. The hexagon starfish secretly complained in his heart, "Didn't you say you would share treasures with me? But look what I've gotten now." Each floor of the steps into the sea was like a square chessboard. No matter from which angle you looked at it, it looked like you were in the ocean. However, the feeling of your feet on the ground told you that you were standing on a flat plain. Han Fei jumped out and ran for about 5 kilometers. Then he saw an armorist who was an advanced dangling fisher fighting with a machete crab. That machete crab was a mutant creature and could even be regarded as an exotic one. Seeing Han Fei swimming over, with something glowing silver in his hand, the man couldn't help but frown. Han Fei swam over happily, took out the soul crystal, and asked via voice transmission, "Hey, brother, do you know how to use a soul crystal?" The advanced dangling fisher, looking at Han Fei as if looking at a fool, said in surprise, "Huh? Is this thing called a soul crystal? Han Fei?" Han Fei was speechless and suddenly remembered that Cao Qiu said that most people didn't know much about these. It seemed that what he said was true. The man suddenly drew a long knife from his armor box, which issued a dazzling light, and hacked the machete crab to death. Then, without blinking, the man grabbed a small sword in the water ball and stuffed it into his sea-swallowing seashell. Although the person's speed was very fast, Han Fei found out that what he got was only a high-quality magic weapon, which was not a good return. However, on the dragon boats, a high-quality magic weapon was not cheap. It could be said that this person had also made a profit. This person quickly swallowed a pill, filled his body with spiritual energy, and then put the armor box in front of him. "Give me that stone." Han Fei wondered, "Why?" The man smiled grimly. "Because you are only an intermediate dangling fisher." This person certainly saw Han Fei's bizarre outfit and the word "die" written on Han Fei's hat. However, he was only an intermediate dangling fisher. Would there really be so many geniuses in this world who could challenge people of higher levels? He was very confident that he could win against this weird boy. Han Fei couldn't believe what he heard. "So, you want to rob me?" The armorist smiled coldly. "You can say so." Han Fei immediately sneered. "Don't my clothes make you wonder about me? Do you know who I am? Now, give me your sea-swallowing shell." "What?" Han Fei knew that if he wanted to return to the sea surface, he needed to communicate with the steps into the sea. Just like entering the next floor, it would take several minutes. When the armorist saw Han Fei's brilliant smile, he suddenly felt his heart skip a beat and immediately took out a flash stone. However, something shocking happened. The seawater beside him was completely out of his control, and he didn't even have the time to crush the flash stone. before he suddenly couldn't sense his hand. You. This person hurriedly called out a three-sided turtle shield. However, when a blade flashed across, the shield shattered, and a circle of invisible blades was madly cutting his body. No. Please spare me. Han Fei slowly hung the blood-drinking knife at his waist, and as his fingers slid gently in the water, the seawater turned into many looming sharp blades, cutting the armorist frantically. Han Fei grinned and smiled. The infinity water that could kill imperceptibly was simply amazing, even better than the blood-drinking knife. Han Fei said lightly, "Thank you for reminding me. Otherwise, I almost forgot that starting from the 100th floor, I can start looting." Before the armorist finished his words, his body was pierced by a strange water-shaped blade. At the last moment of his life, he seemed to understand a truth, that was, never ever think others aren't as smart as you. Han Fei took this man's sea-swallowing shell, glanced at it, and shook his head helplessly. This person's belongings were much poorer than he expected. There were less than 30 kinds of refining materials in the sea-swallowing shell, of which a piece of fish bone was the best. Judging by its quality, it could be used for making high-quality spiritual weapons. Unfortunately, there was only one piece. To make a complete high-quality spiritual weapon, Han Fei would have to find at least 10 fish bones of the same size. In addition to these materials, there were 5 spiritual fruits, less than 30 caddies of spiritual spring, and 5 or 6 bottles of pills in this man's sea-swallowing shell. But it was better than nothing. In this place, everything could be sacrificed. Although there were not many things in this man's sea-swallowing shell, they might be enough for him to continue down 10 floors. Putting away the sea-swallowing shells, Han Fei didn't feel pity for this guy at all. Everyone who came to the level 3 fishery was prepared for their death. After you were used to death, you wouldn't easily pity anyone. This guy wanted to kill him first. Why should he sympathize with him? Of course, it didn't mean that Han Fei was bloodthirsty. It completely depended on a person's attitude towards him if Han Fei decided to be hostile or friendly to a person. Han Fei continued to swim in the water, without direction or goal, as long as he could meet people. Han Fei still didn't find a single person after swimming 7 or 8 kilometers. However, he didn't give up. He noticed that there were ripples underwater. If he guessed right, there must be some people fighting within swimming distance. The steps into the sea was a very strange place, and the resources it had seemed to be endless. In the level 3 fishery, divine weapons were very rare, but almost everyone had 1 or 2 spiritual weapons. And a very important source for these was the steps into the sea. At this moment, more than 20 people were fighting each other. There were no summoned creatures here, which meant that no one had offered sacrifices yet. It was conceivable that these people were probably all trying to snatch each other's sea-swallowing seashells. At this moment, Han Fei was negotiating with the hexagon starfish. "Master Hexagon, tie them up with your 6-gate formation. Then, all the shiny things in their sea-swallowing seashells will belong to you, and the remaining things will belong to me." The hexagon starfish didn't quite believe him. "Then what about soul crystals? Those things are precious. The first one belongs to me, and the second one belongs to you." The hexagon starfish's eyes kept rolling. "But you've already got 2. Han Fei said earnestly, "I just don't want you to waste them. Look, we are already on the 100th floor. These people don't even know what a soul crystal is. What does this mean? The hexagon starfish wondered, what does it mean? Han Fei said leisurely, being able to come here means that these people are no longer ordinary people. However, even so, soul crystals are something they have never seen. This shows that soul crystals matter more than we know. We can't eat them randomly. The 6 eyes of the hexagon starfish were tilted at the same time. You just don't want me to eat them. Han Fei stomped. Damn. Am I a tightwad? Then give me an extra quality spiritual stone. Han Fei. Han Fei replied, don't speak anymore. If you don't obey me, I will crush your essence blood. The hexagon starfish had learned to show the whites of his eyes to express contempt now. Yes, you're a tightwad. You have so many spiritual stones. Why can't you just give me one? Humph, humans are all bastards, hypocritical bastards. Lu Qing, put down the dragon pattern stone. Otherwise, you won't be able to go out of the steps into the sea. The one who was called Lu Qing was not a man, but an attractive woman. In her hands, 2 nooses were winding around her body like spiritual snakes. At her feet, there were large tracts of red vines. What surprised Han Fei was that these more than 20 people were actually besieging this woman. The point was that they hadn't been able to kill her yet. However, when Han Fei saw the nooses in Lu Qing's hands, he noticed the reddish venom they were exuding, and then he knew why they couldn't kill her yet. She was a peak-level dangling fisher manipulator who could use poison. Such a person was a bit similar to Yang Huan, to whom ordinary people weren't comparable. Besides, all those who were trying to trap her were advanced dangling fishers. Not a single peak-level dangling fisher. Lu Qing, surrounded by this group of people, was standing among the red vines that bloomed like flowers and looked around at those people. Come on, I'd like to see how many of you can survive. Kill her, sell the dragon pattern stone, each of us can get at least 100,000 mid-quality pearls. Han Fei smiled. For advanced dangling fishers, 100,000 mid-quality pearls was already a lot of money. Unfortunately, in his opinion, this was a bunch of fresh and inexperienced people. Just as they dashed at the woman together, suddenly, 6 purple lights appeared out of thin air. Someone's face changed drastically. Not good. Retreat. Someone crushed a flash stone but ended up bumping into the 6-gate formation. With a bang. Han Fei casually walked over, looking at these people coldly. I'm the black ghost of the black and white ghosts. I want money, not life. Put down your swallowing shells, and you can leave. Han Fei's sudden appearance stunned these people. Lu Qing was also stunned. An intermediate dangling fisher? Someone's face changed slightly. Brothers, cut through this formation. He is just an intermediate dangling fisher. Find a way out. However, as soon as the person shouted this, he saw Han Fei jump over and cut at him with the blood-drinking knife that was dazzlingly shining. No. Help. Some armorists summoned turtle shell shields, and some manipulators spiritual grass entangled him. However, these obstacles were easily shattered by Han Fei with a single slash. At this moment, a fishhook broke through the air in an instant, fell in front of the clamoring soul warrior, and hooked his feet. Swoosh. This person was pulled out of the 6-gate formation by Han Fei. Before he could cut the fishing line, a stone had already smashed into him. Alf. The man vomited blood and was sent flying, his arms slumping softly. Han Fei threatened again, "You can buy your lives with money. Or else I'll chop off your limbs, gouge your eyes, and cut off your tongue." Hiss. No. The soul warrior who fell to the ground was horrified and secretly held a flash stone. However, in the next second, he saw the whetstone smash at him like a huge seal, damaging his 5 internal organs, making him bleed from his 7 orifices. This person was horrified. "Aren't you only an intermediate dangling fisher? I give you my sea-swallowing seashell?" Han Fei still cut down and the blade glint was dazzling. "You were trying to escape. As a punishment, I will break your limbs. Fortunately, you repented. So I won't take your 5 sense organs." When Han Fei took the sea-swallowing shell left by the soul warrior, he ignored him. The soul warrior dragged his remnant body and fled like crazy. The 6-gate formation opened and the person disappeared from his vision in a blink of an eye. Han Fei straightened his hat and then said coldly, "I want money, not life. You have 1 minute to consider." After that, Han Fei dropped his hands, counting down glassy-eyed, 10, 9, 8, 3. Okay. Han Fei was too heavy-handed and this purple light formation was also scary. The formation that they couldn't get out of even with a flash stone was definitely not something they could easily break. When someone threw out his sea-swallowing seashell, a gap would open in front of him. And the person who surrendered his sea-swallowing shells would flee in a hurry. Seeing someone leave, there would be a second one immediately, a third. After a while, in the 6-gate formation, only the manipulator named Lu Qing was left. Han Fei tilted his head. "I want money, not life. Are you going to give me your money or not?" Lu Qing's eyes turned cold. "Cut it out. Come on, I'm waiting for you here. If you want to kill me." Han Fei stepped into the 6-gate formation and then stepped up to Lu Qing. In an instant, the red vine raged, and the nooses were like snakes, directly covering Han Fei. Lu Qing snorted. "You are very arrogant. Unfortunately, even peak level dangling fishers aren't able to survive my red moon poison toad." Bam! 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 As soon as Lu Qing finished speaking, all the red vines shattered and Han Fei grabbed the 2 nooses and let the red poison spread on his palms. Seeing this scene, Lu Qing was shocked and a red toad appeared behind her, with dark red poison bursting out. Immediately afterward, dozens of columns of dark red venom darted at Han Fei. The corners of Han Fei's mouth curled slightly. He pulled the nooses abruptly, and Lu Qing fell forward as pulled by him. What greeted her was a rectangular slab. Whetstone. Bam! Lu Qing was smashed to the ground by Han Fei like a cannonball. As for her red venom, it was led away by waves of water that couldn't even get close to Han Fei's side. Han Fei's voice was calm and there was no emotion in his eyes. "You can buy your life with money. Put down your sea-swallowing shell and I can spare your life." Lu Qing sat up with difficulty, frowned, and looked at Han Fei. "Who are you?" Han Fei didn't bother to speak to her, but instead waved his knife, cutting the red vines into pieces, which all fell on Lu Qing in the end. Bang! Huh? In Han Fei's somewhat surprised eyes, Lu Qing appeared in another place. And what was cut just now was just a round red vine. Lu Qing immediately took out her sea-swallowing shell. "I give you my money." Han Fei grabbed the sea-swallowing shell, looked inside, and took out a black stone in it. Han Fei looked at it carefully, but the demon purification pot had no response. However, he squeezed it hard and cut it gently with the blood drinking knife, and there was only a shallow white mark left on the stone. Not bad. Han Fei raised his head and glanced at Lu Qing. I give you time to get your reinforcements, go. Ever since Lu Qing was besieged, she had already planned to blow herself up. Later, this Han Fei popped up out of blue and seemed even tougher. As far as she knew, there were very few people like Han Fei in the level 3 fishery. Who didn't kill her, although he could easily kill her. Everyone knew a truth: kindness to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. However, Han Fei even told her to get her reinforcements. What did he mean? Lu Qing took a look at Han Fei and left quickly without saying a word. A soul crystal and a dragon pattern stone, these were the two best items Han Fei had obtained here for now. He immediately checked the sea-swallowing shells of the others, which were generally similar to the one he got from the armorist he killed, containing very few things, but their quality was slightly higher. In short, none of these people had anything really good. This inevitably made him a little disappointed. Is the 100th floor not enough? Are the good things still down below? After about half a day, Han Fei robbed 43 people in total. He seemed to snatch a lot of sea-swallowing shells, but there were no useful things in them. Han Fei suddenly felt that his strategy was wrong. He shouldn't rob people on the 100th floor. Most of those who stayed on this floor didn't want to go down or were frightened by the huge consumption of the lower floors. During the period, Han Fei encountered another robber. The man had 18 sea swallowing shells and was a hunter who was good at sneak attacks. On the 100th floor, the quality of this hunter's treasure was the best. But even so, there were no soul crystals in his sea-swallowing shells, which made Han Fei a little disappointed. Then what about the 101st floor? According to Han Fei's estimation, starting from the 101st floor, the number of people would decrease. And those who had the ability to reach that floor were at least advanced dangling fishers. Good things, of course, would be found from the strongest people. Therefore, Han Fei chose to enter the 101st floor. This time, Han Fei only met one person, who was not fighting but seemed to be passing by. He saw Han Fei. An intermediate dangling fisher? This person paused in the water for a moment, seeming to be thinking about whether to rob Han Fei or not. However, when Han Fei turned to look at him, this person directly crushed a flash stone and fled quickly. Han Fei? Han Fei was speechless. The man was an advanced dangling fisher. But why did he escape as soon as he took a look at him? And the man swore in his head, damn, the black and white ghosts. Have these two bastards also entered the steps into the sea? Han Fei had just entered this floor and didn't think it a pity that the man ran away. He picked up a spiritual fruit containing 78,989 points of spiritual energy and directly sacrificed it. However, to Han Fei's surprise, the steps into the sea didn't accept the nearly 80,000 points of spiritual energy. Huh. What's wrong? Does the 101st floor demand such a high price? Han Fei remembered that when he was on the 100th floor, if he sacrificed spiritual energy, only 65,000 points would be enough. With only a one-floor difference, the level of sacrifice had improved so much. Han Fei immediately took out another low-quality spiritual stone, which contained 12,116 points of spiritual energy, so he sacrificed more than 90,000 points of spiritual energy in total. However, it still didn't work. Does it require 100,000? Han Fei frowned and took out another low-quality spiritual stone. This time, the spiritual fruit in his hand disappeared, one spiritual stone shattered, and another spiritual stone was full of cracks as if it was about to break at any time. Shoot! Han Fei was a little shocked. A sacrifice of 100,000 points of spiritual energy. In the level 3 fishery, how many people could afford this price? Even if converted into mid-quality pearls, it would be nearly 1.5 million mid-quality pearls. This price was not expensive in Han Fei's view. However, on the 100th floor, those people even had to fight for 100,000 mid-quality pearls, and the sacrifice of 1.5 million mid-quality pearls seemed very expensive. The water was rippling, and in Han Fei's shocked stare, a creature he was very familiar with swam up from the water. A dragon eel? Han Fei's face went dark. A dragon eel on the 101st floor? Han Fei swallowed. Dragon eels were not low-leveled creatures. Although he had killed a dragon eel when he was still a great fishing master, he was almost killed by the dragon eel that time. Besides, only by relying on the demon purification pot to suck up the spiritual energy of that dragon eel did he manage to kill. The dragon eel in front of him was much stronger than that one, 5 levels higher. Name: dragon eel. Introduction: a demonic fish of dragon heritage, living on dragon bones, is extremely cold resistant, has a tough body, and powerful high voltage electricity. Level 38. Quality: exotic. Contained spiritual energy, 2,484 points. Edible effect: inedible. Non-absorbable. In terms of strength, this dragon eel was equivalent to an advanced dangling fisher. However, dragon eels were capable of discharging electricity and were extremely powerful in the ocean no matter in strength or speed. Sure enough, this level and the upper level are completely two different worlds. Han Fei grinned, looked at the dragon eel that was pouncing at him, slightly turned, and punched the dragon eel's gills. Sizzle. A strong electric power rushed directly into Han Fei's body. Han Fei's body stiffened. However, as he shuddered, the electric current dispersed into his limbs. Following that, a giant tail swept across. Han Fei grabbed the dragon eel's tail. Its tremendous power made Han Fei take a step back. However, he turned over and rode on the eel. Come on. Keep going. Sizzle. Bubble. Han Fei spat out a string of bubbles, but he was not panicked at all. Perhaps for some ordinary advanced dangling fishers, encountering creatures like dragon eels would be very troublesome and even a little scary. However, to Han Fei, the eel was simply harmless to him. Unless it was level 40 or above, it was just a mobile charger, pumping a lot of energy into his body. From time to time. Sizzle. Sizzle. The dragon eel was very angry, it kept rampaging and got extremely irritable. After less than 10 minutes, however, the dragon eel quieted down. It was very upset. Is it because my electric power is not strong enough? Why doesn't the guy on my back react at all? And Han Fei was enjoying the huge energy. He had to admit that a dragon eel was not even inferior to the famous freak octopus in terms of comprehensive capabilities. He couldn't imagine what would happen if an octopus bit a dragon eel. Based on the octopus's properties, it was likely to run away. However, while Han Fei was enjoying his time, the hexagon starfish was suffering. Several times, the hexagon starfish was electrocuted and fell from Han Fei's calf. However, Han Fei grabbed him back and put him on his shoulder. The hexagon starfish pleaded, "Human, can you kill this big fish? I feel that I am going to blow up from the power of the electric current." Han Fei said to him via voice transmission, "Master Hexagon, you are already a level 43 creature. Why are you afraid of this level 38 eel?" The hexagon starfish's eyes turned glassy. "My body is not strong enough." Han Fei wondered. "Really? Oh, I'm sorry. However, the electric energy of this dragon eel can strengthen your body. Have you tried absorbing it? Give me my essence blood. I think I can go hunting for treasures alone." "Gee. How troublesome it will be. There is strength in numbers. Many hands make light work." The hexagon starfish. The dragon eel had run out of electricity and was completely defeated by Han Fei. At this moment, it went limp and no longer moved, but with a bang, a brick hit its head. "Swim. You haven't even swum 10,000 meters. Are you a fish? You're a disgrace to fish." Han Fei was very aware of the properties of dragon eels. Although it ran out of electricity, it still had a lot of strength. He certainly wouldn't let it slack off. Being knocked hard, the dragon eel rampaged again. Then a strange phenomenon appeared on the 101st floor, a boy with air bubbles all over, riding on a dragon-shaped eel that was more than 10 meters long, swimming in the water. Luda had been on the 101st floor for 7 full days. In the past few days, he had repeatedly offered sacrifices and had gained a lot in return. At this moment, he summoned a large blue ring octopus, which was very rare. He felt that he might be going to make a fortune this time. "Poochie." Luda took out his glinting knife and a huge octopus tentacle was cut off by him. "Haha. I'm destined to get a great opportunity today." Just as Luda was about to strike hard again, he saw a dragon eel rushing over in the distance. "Huh? Why is there a single summoned creature? Is the summoner killed?" However, when the eel approached, Luda suddenly widened his eyes. A figure was sitting on the back of the dragon eel. "Oh. Is this someone's contractual spiritual beast?" Luda glanced at the dying blue ring octopus and suddenly gritted his teeth, and all 9 swords shot out. As the 9 swords danced, the blue ring octopus was killed. Then Luda quickly grabbed at the water ball. At the same time, he cursed in his heart. "Damn it, this is already the last step. How can I let someone else snatch my gains?" But before the water ball appeared completely, Luda saw a spinning knife thrown over. "Humph. How can a mere hidden weapon beat me?" But the next second, when the 6-gate formation rose, Luda was stunned. The hexagon starfish complained via voice transmission, "Why did you throw me at him?" Han Fei said plainly, "If I hadn't done so, he might have run away. Then we would have gotten nothing." Han Fei smiled. "Brother, now hand over your sea-swallowing shell." Splash. Han Fei took out a spiritual fruit from the water, which was an ordinary spiritual fruit. Luda was lying on the ground. Just now, he tried to resist, only to be knocked to the ground by a brick. Under Luda's shocked gaze, Han Fei grabbed the spiritual fruit, took a bite, with a crunch, and then looked at him saying, "I want money, not life." Luda's face turned blue. He gritted his teeth and asked, "Really? You have my word. Remember, my name is Fan Datong. I am the black ghost of the black and white ghosts. Remember to take your revenge on me." Luda handed over his sea-swallowing shell. In more than half a year, he lived pinching and scraping and finally used the wealth he accumulated in exchange for this gain. However, all his previous efforts were wasted here. Hanfei narrowed his eyes. Bye. Hanfei thought that the steps into the sea was the real beneficial place in the level 3 fishery. It felt so good to rob anytime, anywhere. Luda disappeared directly in front of Hanfei's eyes. He knew that if Hanfei really wanted to kill him, no matter if he tried to escape or not, he would have to die. Anyway, he had become a penniless pauper now, and could only lead the steps into the sea. No wonder people often said that the steps into the sea was dangerous, and the real danger here actually came from the human beings. Hanfei was a little curious as he watched a person just fade away before his eyes. Why did this altar exist? Just to exploit these dangling fishers? Yes, in Hanfei's view, the steps into the sea was definitely a tool of exploitation, and it might be an exploitation tool of the mighty. Every day, there were a large number of people offering sacrifices here, but few could really get enough rewards and leave smoothly. It was the same case for Hanfei. Except for a few floors where he used spiritual energy as the sacrifice, the other sacrifices he used were snatched from others. But up to now, although the quality of the looted items were higher, the amount of sacrifices had also increased. There was not much that could be left in his hands. When Hanfei looked back, the dragon eel was still lying there and not running away. For some reason, the creature summoned at the steps into the sea didn't seem to know how to escape. Hanfei walked up to the dragon eel. This thing raised its hideous head, glanced at Hanfei, and suddenly jumped up to bite at Hanfei. However, Hanfei slightly dodged the attack, leaving a thigh for the dragon eel. Ouch. That hurts. Bam. Hanfei smashed it hard with a brick, and his strike was so hard that the 6 big eyes of the hexagon starfish trembled. Master Hexagon disdained in his heart, "This big fish is so stupid and hasn't recognized the situation clearly yet. Look how smart I am." The first time I saw Hanfei in the level 3 fishery, I knew that this guy was very difficult to deal with, so I didn't even resist him. At this moment, the dragon eel almost cried. Why is the guy's flesh so tough? Is he made by 9th heaven black iron? Hanfei pried open the dragon eel's mouth roughly, looked at the tooth marks on his leg, and slapped the dragon eel's big face hard. F***ck, how dare you bite me? You big-mouth idiot. After more than a dozen slaps, Hanfei jumped on the dragon eel's head and slapped down. Keep swimming. On the large platform of the steps into the sea. From time to time, someone exclaimed, "Wow, isn't that guy the genius Wang Yu? Why did he come out? Huh? Isn't that guy Luda? This guy is said to have passed 100 floors. Did he get some treasure? Oh? Is that Zhou Ming? Why are there so many holes in his belly?" Many people were no longer surprised when nearly 20 people appeared on the center of the steps into the sea with a splash. Someone was surprised. Who did they meet? Were they kicked out together? Some people wondered, how is it possible? If they meet a strong master, why? Are they still alive? Some people speculated, is it possible that someone summoned a special creature, and they couldn't resist it, so they all came out? Someone nodded solemnly. It is possible. After a moment, someone came up to those people. Hey, Brother Wang, have you got any gains? I am lacking some extra quality materials. If you have any, sell them to me. I'll pay a good price. The face of the young man called Brother Wang was all black, and he said gloomily, no material. The black and white ghosts were robbing us on the 100th floor. All of our sea-swallowing shells were snatched away. On the other side, Lu De yelled, hey! Can anybody tell me about the damn black and white ghosts? Where did these guys pop up? Anyone want to join me? Let's wait here and *CK them up when they come out. Not far away, someone sneered. Brother Lu, are you kidding me? What makes you think you can *CK up the black and white ghosts? Lu De glared angrily. So what? He snatched all my treasures. Can't I mess him up? Even if I can't beat him, I can hire someone to kill him. Someone chuckled. Come on. These guys seem to all be victims of the black and white ghosts. You'd better ask, in the entire steps into the sea, except for those young masters busy exploring the lowest floors, does anyone dare to mess with the black and white ghosts? Lu De froze for a moment. It seemed that someone said something to him via voice transmission, and he looked more and more panicked. What the *CK? They eat people? And they killed Lian Qi? And they are on the wanted list? Gulp. Many people had just come out and hadn't heard of Fan Datong. Now, hearing what terrible things this guy had done, they were all shocked. Is this guy so scary? Where is he from? In the steps into the sea. Han Fei was on the 101st floor and had already robbed 37 people. His pet phrase of, I want money, not life, had been spread widely even outside the steps into the sea. However, no one felt that Han Fei was afraid to kill. Many people described Fan Datong and Xie Xiaoan as a pair of lunatics. Would a madman be afraid to kill? Therefore, everyone agreed that Fan Datong was trying to make a name, trying to let more and more people know about them and be afraid of them. Of course, Han Fei didn't know how others talked about him, nor did he care. At this moment, he found that something went wrong. Chao Chiao said that the lower you were in the steps into the sea, the smaller the place. He was on the 101st floor now, and had run for at least 200 kilometers on the Dragon Eel, but he had not yet traveled through this floor. Of course, what mattered was not the size of this floor, but that Xia Xiaochan seemed to have been here. In front of Han Fei, a young woman was looking at Han Fei with horror. Are you the black ghost? Do you know me? It's no use knowing me. Hand over your sea-swallowing seashell. The girl turned pale and lifted her clothes to reveal her belly. Han Fei looked away. Ahem, it's useless to seduce me. I'm a gentleman. The girl was angry, but didn't dare to throw a tantrum. She gnashed her teeth and said, I was stabbed 3 times by the one in the white hat, who said she was called Xie Xiaoan. Huh? Have you met Xie Xiaoan? Han Fei glanced at the girl's lower abdomen, with 2 stab wounds, respectively, on the left and right. Her belly seemed to be stabbed through. Han Fei also keenly noticed that the clothes on the girl's chest were torn and blood was oozing out. The 3rd cut must have been there. Han Fei glanced at the woman. Which direction has Xie Xiaoan gone? Han Fei jumped on the dragon eel's head and slapped him, yelling, "Go," and they went in the direction the woman was pointing. More than half an hour later, Han Fei only met two people. These two people had one thing in common: they were both fighting with injuries. Where were their wounds? Both on their bellies, both stabbed with daggers. Han Fei even suspected that Xia Xiaochan didn't even take the trouble to attack their summoned creatures, but just threatened them to hand over their sea-swallowing seashells, and then ran away. Bam! Han Fei was about to chase Xia Xiaochan, only to bump into an invisible barrier along with the dragon eel. Huh? A seal? The hexagon starfish said, "We've reached the end of this floor." Han Fei asked, "How far have we swam?" The hexagon starfish's tentacles twitched and his eyes rolled. Almost thousands of kilometers. Han Fei was speechless. Thousands? Dragon eels were lazy and didn't swim fast. So they had swum at most 500 kilometers at this speed. This doesn't work. There are so few people. I can't snatch anything good. On the steps into the sea, once a person's sea-swallowing seashell was snatched, he would have to leave here. Without the things in the sea swallowing shell, he could only sacrifice spiritual energy. But on the 101st floor, any sacrifice required 100,000 points of spiritual energy. Ordinary dangling fishers didn't have that much spiritual energy even if they sold themselves, so they could only leave. Han Fei had only seen those two injured people along the way. Needless to say, they were all stabbed by Xia Xiaochan. Xia Xiaochan was a professional stabber indeed. Han Fei just didn't expect that she could even stab with a stick. Did she replace the long stick in her hand with a spear? He didn't expect Xia Xiaochan's speed to be so fast. She actually got ahead of him. Forget it. There is nothing good here anyway. Let's go directly to the 148th floor. To be honest, although Cao Qiu said it would become very difficult after the 120th floor, Han Fei really didn't feel it in the least bit. He felt that he had already found out the basic rules of the steps into the sea. It seemed that the level of the summoned creatures would increase by one level every 50 floors. He thought the biggest difference between the 101st and the 150th floor was that the probability of encountering creatures above level 35 was getting higher and higher. In terms of strength, most of the creatures were close to the dragon eel. Considering that Xia Xiaochan was clearing up the floors one by one, Han Fei didn't delay any time. Every time he entered a floor, he began to offer sacrifices right away. On the 136th floor, he once again obtained a soul crystal. On the 142nd floor, Han Fei unexpectedly sacrificed nothing and directly received the prize. When Han Fei came to the 148th floor, he found that there was no one here. Because they had agreed to meet here, Han Fei didn't proceed to the next floor, but chose to clear up this floor first. When Han Fei was sauntering around on the 148th floor, he found that the area of this floor had indeed become smaller. If the 101st floor extended nearly 1,000 kilometers, then the 148th floor was only half as large as the 101st floor. But even so, the area was still very large. Han Fei didn't rush to find Xia Xiaochan or Cao Qiu, but sat in situ and checked his gains during this time. He discovered that since he entered the 101st floor, because he hadn't robbed anyone, he had sacrificed all the things he had snatched except the 3 soul crystals after nearly 50 times of sacrifices. In addition, he had also emptied 2 sea-swallowing shells and used massive amounts of materials. Suddenly, something occurred to Han Fei. Where did the things he sacrificed go? He boldly guessed that it could be that the things he sacrificed were given to others who sacrificed. Han Fei thought this was very possible. For now, he had begun to consume his belongings without getting many really good things. However, there were still benefits to him. Some better materials were kept by him. He used the garbage materials and the hundreds of sea-swallowing seashell as sacrifices and traded them for better returns from the steps into the sea. Ever since, Han Fei began to sacrifice frantically. Within a day, Han Fei emptied 12 sea-swallowing shell and sacrificed 26 times. This number startled Han Fei. He was shocked to find that on the 148th floor, the sacrifices consumed in a single sacrifice, converted into spiritual energy, amounted to 340,000 points. F***ck, not enough. Han Fei frowned. The returns he got from these 26 sacrifices were not bad. The worst piece was a spirit-level extra-quality combat skill, and the best one was a high-quality spiritual garment. Unfortunately, the spiritual garment was not armor, so its defense was not as strong as armor. However, Han Fei didn't care, because this was the first high-quality spiritual garment he had ever had. Although this spiritual garment looked far worse than his own designs, he got it almost without any effort, let alone that this piece of clothing was almost priceless. He didn't make sacrifices in vain. And the number of soul crystals Han Fei had also increased from 3 to 4. Under the intense request of the hexagon starfish, Han Fei decided to give it 1. At this moment, Han Fei was sitting on the ground and looking at the hexagon. Starfish. Master Hexagon, it has been half an hour, haven't you digested the soul crystal yet? The hexagon starfish's big eyes were motionless, but he said to him via voice transmission, still digesting. So slow? Han Fei hurriedly asked, are you unable to digest it? Then quickly spit it out. I don't mind your saliva. It needs to be digested slowly. It can't be so fast. After a whole day, the eyes of the hexagon starfish rolled again. Okay, done. My perception scope seems to have expanded by 50 meters. And I feel my tentacles seem to be a little more flexible. Han Fei's face turned dark instantly. With only one soul crystal, 50 meters? Come on, tell me how to absorb this thing. The hexagon starfish paused. By cultivating. Us starfish also need to cultivate. Han Fei was helpless. Then tell me how to cultivate. I inherited the cultivation method by blood. Don't you have it? Smack. Of course not. Han Fei slapped its tentacles with a fierce look and said, do you think I look like the kind of person who can get an inheritance by blood? The hexagon starfish quickly retracted its tentacles. Actually, you don't have to cultivate. As long as you wrap it with your spiritual power, it will slowly melt away. Huh? Hearing this, Han Fei quickly took out a soul crystal and held it in his hand. Spiritual control was not difficult for him. The million knife art was a combat skill about spiritual power and mental control of combat. It turned out to be so simple. Han Fei wrapped the soul crystal in his hand with his spiritual power almost instantly. 1 hour passed. Han Fei suddenly opened his eyes, and his face blackened. Why is it absorbed so slowly? Han Fei felt that it took him an hour to absorb less than 1/10 of the soul crystal, and the increase in his spiritual perception seemed to be less than 5 meters. The big eyes of the hexagon starfish kept rolling. That's because I have the method of cultivation. Smack. Han Fei slapped at him, but the hexagon starfish suddenly retracted his tentacle, and Han Fei slapped on the ground. Huh? Master Hexagon, you're reacting faster. The hexagon starfish hung on Han Fei's back with a swish. I told you that my tentacles seemed to have become more flexible. Han Fei wondered, could the soul crystal still have such effects? Han Fei continued to absorb it. 2 hours later, he felt that the soul crystal in his hand was a little smaller. However, it would still take him another day to completely absorb it. Suddenly, something occurred to Han Fei. Is my God-scaring painting considered a cultivation method? The God-scaring painting was just a painting and had been cut into thousands of pieces by Han Fei. However, it was too difficult to visualize the pieces in his mind, and he was extremely short of time, so he had put the painting aside for a long time. But, was visualization also a method of cultivation? He had watched the whole cultivation process of the hexagon starfish just now, during which there weren't any energy fluctuations in his whole body, and even his big eyes had stopped rolling. In his mind, when a picture with complicated lines appeared, Han Fei felt his heart suddenly tremble, and the soul crystal in his hand disappeared almost instantly. Immediately afterward, Han Fei seemed to feel a trace of satisfaction in his mind, just like having the first bite of food after starving, and his whole body was filled with joy. Han Fei felt that his memory seemed to have improved. And all this happened in less than 3 minutes. When he opened his eyes again, that small piece of the God-scaring painting was completely engraved in his mind. Wow! Is it really a cultivation method? As soon as Han Fei turned his head, he saw the hexagon starfish lying on its shoulders, looking at Han Fei's palm and then at Han Fei's head. The hexagon starfish was shocked. Do you also have a soul cultivation method? Han Fei grinned. Looks like it. The hexagon starfish was discouraged. Humans are all liars. You have an inheritance too. Han Fei. Han Fei was not in the mood to quarrel with the hexagon starfish at this moment. He felt his spirit outward and found that the range of perception had suddenly increased by 50 meters. Han Fei reached out and another soul crystal appeared in his hand. 3 minutes later, another soul crystal appeared in his hand. By the time the last soul crystal disappeared, Han Fei's spiritual perception range had increased to 450 meters, which was equivalent to visualizing the God-scaring painting for 3 months. It's a good thing. Han Fei stood up suddenly, his eyes shining with joy. No wonder soul crystals are so scarce. I didn't expect them to be so magical. But then his face became stiff. Even without the God-scaring painting, it seemed that it would only take about a day to absorb a soul crystal. No matter how rare the soul crystals were, it didn't seem to be difficult for someone like Cao Qiu to get them. Also, it seemed that many people didn't even know what a soul crystal was. This made it easy for a large number of soul crystals to fall into the hands of those who were rich and powerful. In this case, didn't it mean that people from powerful families could increase their soul and spiritual perception range without limitation? Han Fei's face changed slightly. Master Hexagon, how many soul crystals do you think you can absorb? The hexagon starfish watched Han Fei absorb the 3 soul crystals, drooling. with envy. Hearing Han Fei's question, he thought that Han Fei felt guilty and was going to give him a few more in the future. A lot. Han Fei rolled his eyes. What do you mean by a lot? Definitely more than my tentacles. Get lost. Han Fei was speechless. It was really hard to chat with a starfish that was not good at math. You have only 6F** king tentacles. Just tell me the exact number. Han Fei had been cultivating on the 148th floor for 2 days before a sneaky looking little fatty appeared at the end of his vision. Seeing Han Fei, Cao Qiu jumped up and waved at him. I am here, I am here. Han Fei ran to him warmly and reached out a hand. Cao Qiu. Han Fei asked, have you gotten any soul crystals? Cao Qiu glanced at Han Fei blankly. No. Han Fei immediately retracted his avid gaze coldly. Haven't you been to the 148th floor before? Why did you arrive so late? Cao Qiu was surprised. It took me only 3 days to arrive. When did you arrive? Han Fei simply said, I arrived on the first day. Cao Qiu's body stiffened for a while and then his chubby face drooped. Sure. Enough, you people. All the same. In what way? Cao Qiu snorted. Nothing, where is Xia Xiaochan? Han Fei said with a serious face, it's Xia Xiaoan. Cao Qiu curled his lips. Okay, then where is Xia Xiaoan? Why hasn't she arrived? Yet? Han Fei said lightly, she is busy robbing people on the upper floors. I think she will arrive here in 2 days. Hearing this, Cao Qiu was not surprised. He had seen so many robberies, and he muttered, what's worth snatching on the upper floors? Han Fei asked Cao Qiu about the soul crystals, mainly about the upper limit of the use of the soul crystal. Cao Qiu's answer shocked Han Fei. Cao Qiu said, there is no upper limit for the use of soul crystals. Han Fei was shocked by his answer. Han Fei couldn't help asking, what is your spiritual perception range? 800 meters. How much? Han Fei's eyes almost popped out. Although Cao Qiu was a level higher than him theoretically, the 800-meter perception range still frightened him. Then Han Fei asked, since there is no upper limit for the use of soul crystals, why is your perception range so small? Soul crystals don't seem to be rare for you people, right? Cao Qiu laughed. How can it be that simple? When your perception range reaches 500 meters, you will find that the effect of an ordinary level 1 soul crystal becomes 10 times worse and a level 2 soul crystal is extremely rare. Although my perceptual range is as large as 800 meters, do you know how many soul crystals I have used? I have used nearly 70 or 80. Han Fei was speechless. UF * King Prodigal. 70 or 80 soul crystals. That's a lot. However, this number made sense for Cao Qiu. After all, he was born with a silver spoon. Knowing what Han Fei was thinking, Cao Qiu couldn't help saying, soul crystals are not that easy to get. They will only appear above the 120th floor. However, there are almost no weak people who can reach the 120th floor or above. Only those people who don't know anything about soul crystals will choose to sell them. People who know the real effects of soul crystals will usually not sell them. Han Fei frowned. Do you know what the largest perception range among the younger generation is in the 1,000-star city? Cao Qiu replied without thinking, 3,200 meters. What? Han Fei was shocked again, looking at Cao Qiu with a stunned expression on his Face. 3,200, how many soul crystals have they used? Chow Chow grinned. Hey, I can't remember how many. Anyway, when Chow Tian came out last time, his spiritual perception range had already reached 3,200 meters. Now it must be 3,500. Your brother? Chow Chow sighed. Yes. In fact, he should have become a peak-level dangling fisher by now, and made his way back to the Thousand-Star City, but he wanted to break through the steps into the sea. Look, I don't know which exact floor he is on, but I think he must be lower than the 208th floor. Han Fei was shocked. How strong is Chow Chow's brother? If what Chow Chow said is true, how long has Chow Tian been staying here? How many soul crystals did it take to make the range of his spiritual perception reach more than 3,000 meters? 2 days later, Xia Xiaochan arrived. When she saw Han Fei and Chow Chow, she bared her teeth and smiled happily. Xia Xiaochan nodded her head. Here I am. Han Fei responded indifferently, okay. Have you cleared up all the floors above? Xia Xiaochan looked at Han Fei in surprise. How did you know that? Han Fei smiled and said, I knew it when I found out that everyone who I wanted to rob had been stabbed by you. Chow Chow interrupted, why didn't I know? Han Fei asked, did you rob anyone? Chow Chow shook his head. No wonder I saw very few people when I came over. It turned out that they were all cleared up by you. Xia Xiaochan grabbed a large handful of sea-swallowing shells and showed them to Han Fei proudly. Look, I snatched more than 600 sea-swallowing shells. Would you like some? I'll give you some. Chow Chow. Han Fei clutched his head. Keep them for yourself. The further we go down, the more sacrifices will be required. I think when we reach the 200th floor, each sacrifice may cost nearly 1,000,000 points of spiritual energy or equivalent items. One sea-swallowing shell will very likely not be enough for a single sacrifice. Xia Xiaochan put away the sea-swallowing shells. I also think the sacrifices are too expensive. Then we need to rob more people on the following floors. Chow Chow was dumbfounded. What kind of people did he make friends with? He had known that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were strong, but he didn't expect them to be so strong. Han Fei easily reached the 148th floor in one day. Xia Xiaochan cleared up along the way, and in only 5 days she had snatched more than 600 sea-swallowing shells. How ferocious were they as to loot so crazily and unscrupulously in the steppes? Into the sea? Chow Chow hurriedly stood up and said, don't. It is too troublesome to clear up floor by floor. Let's just go straight to the 180th floor. Xia Xiaochan and Xia Xiaochan looked at Chow Chow at the same time. Why? Chow Chow explained, although you might be able to snatch hundreds of sea-swallowing shells, if you rob people floor by floor, those really rich and strong guys are all down on the 180th floor, especially the 200th and 201 floors. If you have a way to sweep these 2 floors, I bet you'll make a fortune. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan smiled at each other and shook their heads together in a tacit understanding. No, we prefer to do it floor by floor. Chow Chow was dumbfounded. Why? Xia Xiaochan curled her lips. You have said that many strong people are on the 200th and 201st floors. What if we can't beat them? Han Fei nodded. Yes. No matter how small the white shrimp is, it's still meat. Besides, we are Already on the 148th floor, and there are almost no weak people who can reach this point. Therefore, we can't let anyone off. Cao Qiu. Xia Xiaochan was a very decisive person. After the three of them met, she immediately took out a sea-swallowing shell and sacrificed it. A phantom jellyfish was killed by her with the 1,000-strike technique. Within 3 minutes, Cao Qiu was stunned by the fluent battle process. Han Fei finished his fight and looked at Cao Qiu. Now it's your turn. Hurry up. Give me a minute. Han Fei? Cao Qiu offered his sacrifice and it summoned a ghost serpent. Han Fei said. Huh? Zhang Xuanyu was almost killed by this thing in the deep-sea jungle of the level 2 fishery. Xia Xiaochan sat cross-legged on the ground next to Han Fei and then said to him via voice transmission, I found a secret. Han Fei asked, what secret? Xia Xiaochan looked calm and secretly said to him via voice transmission. There are manfish in the steps into the sea. Han Fei was surprised. What? Have you summoned a manfish? Xia Xiaochan shook her head. No, but I smelled manfish from the creature that I summoned. Han Fei's eyelids flicked. Which kind of manfish? Xia Xiaochan pouted as she recalled. It seemed to be the most disgusting kind. However, there seems to also be the smell of the inferior manfish, but it is very weak. Then she tilted her head and looked at Han Fei. Where do you think these summoned creatures come from? Han Fei shook his head. I don't know. However, if there are manfish here, the road ahead may be dangerous. But I believe that within the 200th floor, there should be no manfish. But they may appear below the 200th floor. Xia Xiaochan nodded. Actually, I just lied to him. In fact, I snatched more than 800 seashells. Han Fei was at a loss for words and suddenly hugged Xia Xiaochan's head and kissed her on the face. This girl was so cute. Han Fei felt that Xia Xiaochan was like an idiot when she should be smart, but was so king smart when she shouldn't be. Xia Xiaochan was annoyed. She wiped her mouth with her hand and asked, What are you doing? Han Fei laughed. You know Cao Qiu is not good at math, so what's the difference whether you have 600 or 1,000? What he cares about is not this. Just keep them. We need to offer sacrifices on every floor below. You can give us some when we run out of sacrifices. On the other side, Cao Qiu was stunned when his eyes caught the scene where Han Fei kissed Xia Xiaochan, and just at this moment, the ghost serpent hit him in the stomach and sent him flying hundreds of meters away. Cao Qiu shouted angrily, You are too much. I'm fighting, but you guys are playing lovey-dovey on the side? Cao Qiu's fighting style was very peculiar, or to be exact, this little fatty couldn't fight at all. Under the watch of Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, Cao Qiu was dressed in an extra quality battle suit, held an extra quality spiritual level shield in his left hand and a war hammer of the same level in his right hand, and 2 moon scimitars of the same level were floating at his side. His outfit was so shiny that it almost blinded Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's eyes. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were shocked by his splendid outfit and almost couldn't restrain the impulse to snatch his outfit. In addition to that, his spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beast were really eye-openers for Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan. In Han Fei's eyes, the data showed name Blazing Fish, Cao Qiuqiu's spiritual beast. Introduction An exotic fish of light attack type. It can emit 3 different kinds of light. Blazing light has a blinding effect, light of flame. Can be lethal. Eerie blue light has a hallucinogenic effect. Level 33. Quality legendary, contained soul power 820 points. Hanfei was stunned. This little fatty spiritual beast was really magical. A single spiritual beast had both blinding and hallucinogenic effects and was also capable of attacking. It was no weaker than Nine Tails. Although quality mattered more than quantity in terms of ability, its combat power couldn't be weak given that it was a legendary creature. At this moment, the blazing fish's eyes were shooting out two laser beams, which almost blinded the ghost serpent on the opposite side. But with such an advantage, the little fatty Chao Chiao didn't have the slightest urge to rush forward to kill it. On the contrary, he called out his contractual spiritual beasts. Hanfei was stunned once again when he saw his contractual spiritual beasts. The little fatty might be lucky to have such a magical spiritual beast, but why were his contractual spiritual beasts so amazing too? At this moment, two contractual spiritual beasts appeared beside Chao Chiao. Name: Poisonous Bubble Fish, Chao Chiao's contractual spiritual beast. Introduction: a fish as soft as a jellyfish, highly poisonous all over. Its body can split and recombine, and it can spit out poisonous bubbles to attack the enemy. Level 36. Quality exotic. Contained spiritual energy, 2,156 points. Food: toxic insects and weeds. Remarks: in its perfect state, it can completely turn into venom. Hanfei wasn't quite surprised when he saw the poisonous bubble fish. This fish had an ugly appearance and a soft, transparent body. At this moment, the ugly fish was spitting palm-sized bubbles at the ghost serpent like a kid playing with bubbles, but it blew out hundreds of bubbles in the blink of an eye. Then, Chao Chiao was heard yelling, "Xiaoyun, come on, hit it to death." The one called Xiaoyun was another contractual spiritual beast of Chao Chiao. Name: Cloud Dolphin, Chao Chiao's contractual spiritual beast. Introduction: a creature with extremely strong defense power. It will turn into a ball when in danger, which won't break even when attacked by a sharp weapon. In its peak state, it can increase its defense power by 9 times. Level 32. Quality exotic. Contained spiritual energy 1,916 points. Food: spiritual plants. Remarks: current status, triple defense. The cloud dolphin looked like a ball fish, but it was white and looked much more beautiful than a ball fish. At this moment, the cloud dolphin bloated into a ball and kept bumping into the ghost serpent like a cannonball. Chao Chiao held the two moon scimitars and made sneak attacks from time to time. Occasionally, he would walk around the ghost serpent and suddenly gave it a blow with the heavy hammer in his hand. However, what made Hanfei and Xia Shaochan dumbfounded was that Chao Chiao would run away as soon as he attacked, as if he feared that the ghost serpent would hit him with its tail. Hanfei gnashed his teeth and said, "I really want to kill this little fatty. He is too damn rich." Xia Shaochan said with a black face, "Me too. He is the most timid person I have ever seen. Even if he stood there, the ghost serpent won't be able to hurt him. What is he afraid of?" Hanfei resisted the urge to kill Chao Chiao and shouted angrily, "F***CKU. Can't you just kill this ghost serpent?" Chao Chiao answered in panic, "I have been trying very hard. Look how fierce my attack is." "Fierce? But I've only seen you sneak attack it 3 times. Chao Chiao performed and responded, "This is my tactic. When the enemy is exhausted, I will naturally win." Swoosh. Xiao Shaochan flashed and appeared next to the ghost serpent, cutting from its head to its tail with the dagger in her hand. When the ghost serpent swept its tail horizontally at her, she flashed again, appeared under the ghost serpent, and left a huge wound on its belly. After repeating the process 3 times, she launched the supreme stab and penetrated the head of the ghost serpent before she flashed back to Han Fei's side. Han Fei muttered, "Xiao Shaochan, you exposed your identity again." Xiao Shaochan scoffed. "I can't stand this guy anymore." With a flash of light, Chao Qiu took back his spiritual beast and contractual spiritual beasts. Immediately afterward, all the extra quality spiritual weapons that armed him to the teeth also disappeared into his body. Chao Qiu carefully glanced at Xiao Shaochan. "I can kill it alone." Xiao Shaochan glared at him. "Shut up and quickly go to the next floor. If you waste 1 more minute, I will kill you too." Chao Qiu shuddered and shut up immediately. After grabbing a jade slip in the water ball, his body began to fade away. Han Fei could only comfort Xiao Shaochan on one side. "Don't be angry. He's just afraid of dying. Let's go. Loot the next floor. I think he will be almost finished when we're done." There. The 149th floor. Han Fei ran across this floor for nearly an hour and robbed 6 people. He didn't meet Xiao Shaochan but Chao Qiu, who was fighting. Seeing this guy was fighting in exactly the same way as just now, Han Fei sighed. When he finally couldn't stand it anymore, he went up to smash the crab to death. Chao Qiu was shocked. "Huh? You know what, in fact, this crab would have been killed by me in half an hour." "Shut up. Be quick next time. You're covered with extra quality spiritual weapons. Why are you so *king slow? Believe it or not, if you aren't quicker, I will kill you and grab all your extra quality spiritual weapons." Chao Qiu curled his lips. "You can't kill me." Han Fei really wanted to hit his head with a brick. How did he have the cheek to claim to be a genius? And he still dreamed of killing other big clan descendants from the 1,000-star city? Any one of them would easily beat the hell out of him. After another half an hour, Han Fei finally found Xiao Shaochan, and then they entered the 150th floor together. The 150th floor was the last one of the 3rd-grade floors of the steps into the sea. There were hundreds of people staying here, which made Han Fei overjoyed. At this moment, Han Fei was yelling at a group of 5 people, "I want money, not life." Xiao Shaochan stood next to Han Fei. "Hand over your sea-swallowing seashells, and we'll spare your lives." Before, Han Fei or Xiao Shaochan fought alone, but now, the black and white ghosts finally fought together, and their behavior was surprisingly similar. However, the group of 5 people were not paying attention to Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan, but Chao Qiu, who looked so scared. Someone asked with a cold face, "Young Master Chao, we haven't offended you, right?" Chao Qiu looked away. "It's none of my business. I'm not robbing you." Someone shouted resentfully, "Young Master Chao, do you have any grievances with us? Why bother to do this to us?" Han Fei sternly scolded, "Hey! It's the 2 of us who are robbing you, okay?" Xiao Shaochan nodded and echoed, "Yes, show some respect to us, okay? This little fatty is no threat to you. You should be afraid of us." Chao Qiu smiled bitterly. The 2 acting masters are a goddamn perfect match. The 2 are destined to be together. Someone tried to fight back, but when Han Fei easily shattered his high Quality spiritual weapon with the blood-drinking knife, everyone was stunned. Xia Xiaochan's figure was elusive, and when she stabbed someone through the stomach with a stick, these people gave up. Someone was horrified. Is she a soul warrior or a hunter? If she is a soul warrior, why is her figure even more elusive than a hunter? Someone smashed a flash stone and ended up bumping into the six-gate formation. With a bang. These 5 people were desperate and looked at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan in horror. Brother, please don't kill us. Han Fei went up and hit him with a brick. Don't kill you? Then why are you fighting me? Why didn't you show me any respect? These people almost cried. The 2 are simply bullies. Who would respect a robber? They looked at Cao Qiu, who was looking at this side not far away, and took out their sea-swallowing seashells in horror. Who the hell are the black and white ghosts? Why are they so fierce that even young Master Cao didn't dare offend them? After a moment, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan, head-to-head, with a large starfish between them, were checking the sea-swallowing seashells. Xia Xiaochan exclaimed, "Wow, there is a battle suit. It's a pity that it's not for a woman. Here you are." Han Fei took it and took a look. A high-quality battle suit. I already have one. Okay, I will keep it though. Suddenly, Han Fei said, "Hey, Xie Xiaoan, I have 2 daggers here, high quality spiritual weapons. They are yours." Xia Xiaochan nodded. You know what, I have a better one now. Aside, Cao Qiu felt his eyes were going to be blinded. Why the hell did I invite them to be my allies? Don't play lovey-dovey in front of me, okay? Cove. Especially Han Fei. I feel that this guy is just playing undercover. Otherwise, can you King tell me why a soul warrior needs daggers? To eat them? From time to time, the starfish with 6 eyes said cheerfully when it saw something shiny, "This is mine. This is for me." Cao Qiu was speechless. What the hell is this? A talking starfish? I always thought that the starfish clinging to Han Fei was an ornament. Now, this ornament suddenly speaks? Hey! You 3, do you think I don't exist? The biggest reason that Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan would subconsciously ignore Cao Qiu was his wretched fighting style. A man armed with extra quality spiritual weapons from head to toe, a man with a legendary type spiritual beast, a man with a contractual spiritual beast with super defense power, and an utterly disgusting poisonous bubble fish would actually fight like a 5-year-old child. No one could bear such a person. The 151st floor. Coming here, Han Fei discovered that it would cost 500,000 points of spiritual energy for a single sacrifice. Of course, Han Fei was not willing to offer sacrifices with spiritual stones. But instead he sacrificed a whole sea-swallowing seashell. The creature summoned was level 39. Moreover, it was not an ordinary level 39 creature, but the kind of creature stuck at a breakthrough. It seemed that it would break through to level 40 at any time to reach another realm. Han Fei was shocked. Are the creatures here so powerful? If they summon a creature of such a level on the 151st floor, what about the 201st floor? The creatures here were weaker than the mutant creatures like the freak octopus, but only a bit weaker. At this moment, Han Fei summoned 1,000 blade turtle. This one was much stronger than the one that Lu Renquang caught. Fortunately, this was 1,000 blade turtle. If he had summoned a water arrow turtle, he might have a little trouble. This thousand-blade turtle was really unlucky to meet Han Fei. Even if it used up all its thousands of blades, it couldn't hurt Han Fei at all. At this moment, Han Fei, wearing a high-quality battle suit, let the blades hack on him like raindrops. Carrying the embroidery needle, he hit the thousand-blade turtle hard. Bam! The thousand-blade turtle, whose limbs were not strong enough, was smashed to the ground by Han Fei. Han Fei grinned. Since he used the embroidery needle, he had not seen many creatures who could stand a single blow from it. Only a creature like a turtle, with a strong defensive power that was far superior to other creatures of the same level, could withstand the repeated beatings of the embroidery needle. When the three of them met again, they had snatched another 118 sea-swallowing seashells. Among them, none of the sea-swallowing seashells were snatched by Cao Qiu. When Han Fei and Xia Shaochan found Cao Qiu after they met, he was chatting with a group of people. When Han Fei and Xia Xiaobai arrived, none of those people could escape. Why was Cao Qiu so aloof as to chat with people on the steps into the sea? It turned out that those people all knew Cao Qiu and knew that this young master didn't like robbing, and no one dared to rob him due to his identity. That was why this strange scene happened. The 188th floor. The area of this floor was even smaller and was less than 400 kilometers in length and width. It was here that Han Fei met a second young master from the Thousand-Star City. Besides Cao Qiu. As soon as Han Fei appeared on the 188th floor, before he had found Xia Shaochan and Cao Qiu, he saw someone fighting a few kilometers away. The boy who was fighting held a high-quality spiritual sword. His arms had almost turned into double swords, and there was a mystic pale yellow light under his feet. At this moment, he was fighting a green sun centipede. Every time his figure appeared, a shining sword light would be seen, and then a few centipede legs would be cut off by his sword. Han Fei was watching the show aside. However, as soon as he was less than 500 meters away from the two, he heard a rant. F***ck off. Han Fei looked around and found that this guy was yelling at him. So, he walked forward for another 100 meters. The boy suddenly appeared on the head of the big centipede, and with a rip, he tore off a large piece of the centipede carapace with his sword. At the same time, the boy tilted his head and glanced at Han Fei. F***ck off or die. Han Fei was amused by his attitude. The strength of this boy was not weak. He was only an advanced dangling fisher, but his combat power was even better than that of an ordinary peak-level dangling fisher. This boy, who was obviously very confident of himself, seemed to extremely despise Han Fei, who was peeping from the side, so he threatened Han Fei. Without thinking, Han Fei grinned. Why don't you f***ck off? The two swords in the boy's hands suddenly became one, and a powerful sword chi tens of meters long pierced the head of the big centipede in an instant. Without even looking at the centipede, the boy grabbed the floating water ball and threw it into his sea-swallowing seashell. Then, he walked towards Han Fei, step by step with swords in his hands. I think you must be a seed of heavenly talent, given that you, an intermediate dangling fisher, can make it to the 188th floor. However, I have seen a lot of heavenly talents, but most of them have become dead souls under my sword. Han Fei smiled. Who are you? Why do you have to be so arrogant? The corners of the boy's mouth trembled and a vicious gleam flickered across his eyes. You are qualified to know my name since you can come here. My name is Wang Zetian, and I'll be the last person you'll ever see in your life." With that, Wang Zetian stomped on the ground and his body was already tens of meters away. Faster than him was his sword chi. After seeing that sword chi, Han Fei squinted slightly. In many cases, even sword chi or knife chi alone could hurt people. The draw was to kill with knife chi. As soon as he drew his knife, the knife chi would remove all obstacles in the way and kill the enemy. From this trace of sword chi, Han Fei knew that this boy had mastered sword chi. With just this trace of sword chi, few peak-level dangling fishers could match him. The reason that Wang Zetian used sword chi in the first blow was that he had recognized Han Fei's strength. In the eyes of these powerhouses, realm didn't mean everything, and the fact that he was here had proved his strength. Han Fei didn't dare to belittle this guy. This person was not the first genius he encountered. Except for his classmates, the Sun Mu trio was also very formidable. Immediately, a battle of evenly matched powerhouses started. In an instant, the blood-drinking knife moved, just when the trace of sword chi was only 10 meters away. Bubble. There was no violent explosion or turbulent ripples. Just like a bubble of water rising in the ocean, the knife glint and sword chi neutralized each other. And then disappeared. Humph, interesting, then see my explosive sword flow. Suddenly a shining light appeared between Wang Zetian's hands. What Han Fei saw was not the two swords between Wang Zetian's hands, but 1,000 swords from above. On Wang Zetian's side, thousands of sword shadows advanced side by side, like a sword wall pushing across. Han Fei smiled. Before the sword arrived, the seawater beside him had begun to roll back and the billowing water seemed to weigh thousands of pounds. Han Fei glanced at the blood-drinking knife in his hand and inserted it into the sheath. He rose the embroidery needle horizontally and spiritual energy gushed from the tip of it. Han Fei held the tail of the club and struck out with all his strength. The blood-drinking knife was suitable for a surprise attack, but facing a person like Wang Zetian, he certainly couldn't launch a sneak attack. In this kind of upright face-to-face confrontation, its advantage no longer existed. What Han Fei could do was to strike with sheer force. In an instant, the water exploded by Han Fei's strike, and a huge wave was set off, blasting directly against the powerful sword wall. Boom! At the moment the swords and the club collided, they exploded like a warhead in the water, and ripples shook out dozens of miles away in the blink of an eye. Puff! Wang Zetian took 7 or 8 steps back, bleeding from the corners of his mouth and his arms drooping. After the hair-raising sword chi disappeared, Han Fei gently put down the embroidery needle. I never expected a sword-wielding man to have so much strength. But, boy, you chose the wrong object. I, the Black Ghost, am not someone you can mess with. You are not old enough to be my opponent. Wang Zetian tilted his head, spat out a mouthful of blood fiercely, and said coldly, not bad. But what makes you think you can rob me with this? Wang Zetian stood upright, like a sword hanging from the sky, proudly and upright. Han Fei put the embroidery needle upright in front of him. Perhaps you still have a trick card, but you won't be able to escape. I want your money and your life. Sorry, brother. Han Fei didn't know who Wang Zetian was, but obviously his background was not simple. To avoid endless troubles in the future, he gave up his principle of no killing. He would kill this genius if he could. Suddenly, Han Fei seemed to understand something. Why did some people like to Kill heavenly talents? That was because if these people didn't die, who the hell knew if they would cause them much trouble in the future? It would be simpler to kill them now, and he might not have a chance to kill him in the future. Just when Han Fei was about to move, he suddenly saw a petite figure and a fat figure swimming over. Fan Da Tong. Han Fei looked at them and greeted them. Hi. Wang Zetian shouted in surprise, Chao Chou Chou? Just as a fight was about to break out, Chao Chou came into the scene. When Wang Zetian saw Chao Chou, his fighting intent faded slightly. Chao Chi stared at Wang Zetian in surprise. Two swords, you're here too? Wang Zetian's face immediately turned dark. Don't you dare call me that. Again. Chao Chou made a face at him. Two swords, two swords, two swords. Wang Zetian directly slashed at him with a sword, only to see a big ball blocking in front of Chao Chou, which was his cloud dolphin with a shocking defense power. After the slash, Wang Zetian leaped back a few steps because Xiao Shaochan was rubbing the stick in her hand, looking quite hostile towards him. Wang Zetian frowned. Chao Chou Chou, who are the two of them? Chao Chou glanced at Han Fei, then patted his chest and said, my teammates. Xiao Shaochan glanced at Han Fei. Are we going to rob him or not? Han Fei looked at Chao Chou and then at Wang Zetian. I don't care if you know him or not. Now hand over your sea-swallowing seashell. Chao Chou hurriedly shouted, hey, don't. Although Two Swords looks arrogant, he is a nice guy. We can turn him into a teammate. Impossible. Han Fei and Wang Zetian shouted at the same time. Chao Chou gaped. Why? Han Fei grinned. If he hands over his swallowing seashell, we can be friends. Wang Zetian sneered. You wish. Although you're strong, it is impossible for you to keep me. Just when Wang Zetian finished speaking, 6 purple lights shot into the air, trapping Wang Zetian in the blink of an eye. Wang Zetian frowned and pinched an ancient jade in his hand. The next moment, a powerful sword chi, as if to penetrate the heavens and earth, hit the 6-gate formation with a clang. However, a scene that shocked Wang Zetian happened. The purple light array flickered, but in the blink of an eye, it recovered. How could that be? Wang Zetian was shocked, and when he was about to make another strike, he found that Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan were already standing in the 6-gate formation. The hexagon starfish said via voice transmission, this person is so strong. If the attack just now came 2 more times, I won't be able to hold him down. Han Fei answered via voice transmission, don't worry. He won't have a chance to use it 3 times. Chao Chou hurriedly shouted outside the 6-gate formation, don't fight. Black and white ghosts, our goal is not 2 swords, but the guys on the 200th floor. Han Fei said casually, didn't you say that those big clan children from the 1,000-star city all deserve to die? Chao Chou hurriedly explained, not all of them. 2 swords is the exception. Han Fei thought for a while. Hey, you, if you hand over the soul crystals you have, I will let you go. Wang Zetian looked at Chao Chou. Are they the teammates you found to deal with? Those guys? Chao Chou nodded repeatedly. Yes. Wang Zetian glanced at the 6-gate formation, then looked at Han Fei and Xiao Shaochan deeply, snorted, and threw 3 soul crystals, casually. Wang Zetian said sharply, after this trip, let's have a fight. Han Fei took the soul crystals and threw 2 of them to Xiao Shaochan, saying to her via voice transmission, wrap the soul crystal with your spiritual power. to absorb it, and within 2 days, it can increase your perception range by 100 meters. Xia Xiaochan was taken aback for a moment. Really? I've grabbed 5 of them and haven't used them. Han Fei staggered. Where did you get so many? Unlike you, I robbed people. Floor by floor. I saw you bought it, so I grabbed some. Would you like some? I can give you half of them. Han Fei shook his head slightly. No. It seems that once your perception range reaches 500 meters, it will not be able to be changed by 1 or 2 soul crystals. If you want to increase your perception range again, it will take you at least dozens of soul crystals. Even if you give me all of them, it won't help much. Xia Xiaochan nodded slightly. She certainly would not doubt what Han Fei said. The 5 of them were used to sharing good things. Han Fei turned his head and glanced at Master Hexagon. Remove the formation. Master Hexagon. Rip. When the 6-gate formation disappeared, Han Fei said with a smile, Hey. Your strength is not bad. Would you join us? Wang Zitian looked at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan and then at Cao Qiao, saying, What's the point for 4 soul warriors to stay on the same team? How can we fight those guys then? Han Fei was slightly surprised. So were Cao Qiao and some other people really preparing to form a team to fight other big clan children from the 1,000 Star City? This confused Han Fei. Aren't Cao Qiao and the other children from the powerful families in the 1,000 Star City too? Why did they hate each other so much? Cao Qiao grinned. It's fine, I'm prepared. Wang Zitian looked at Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan and his expression changed a few times. Okay. But you too, don't blame me for not reminding you. None of them are weaker than us. Especially Chenouchen, his sword is much stronger than mine. Han Fei wanted to ask who Chenouchen was, but he heard Cao Qiao say, I suddenly remember that Chenouchen is nowhere to be found. Wang Zitian frowned. Huh? What about Yi Baiyu? He doesn't seem to be gone, but I don't think Yi Baiyu should be on the 200th floor. Wang Zitian shrugged. Even so, there are many people on the 200th floor. Cao Qiao replied, Don't forget, they don't get along with each other. Yang Diyu is a troublemaker. As long as he's around, there's going to be conflict. Mo Fian, that witch, can only play tricks. Sun Mu, just like you, is a loner. Zhang Mingkuan did not come, and Zhang Wen came to no avail. Li Hai and Li Baizhou, the 2 bastards, we have to be careful of them. As for the others, they are no threat to us. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were confused while listening. Are these all children from the big clans in the 1,000 Star City? Each one sounds quite strong. And in Cao Qiao's mouth, Sun Mu was a loner? But this damn guy almost killed him on the sea grassland, so how could the others be easy to deal with? Han Fei said, Stop. Let me make it clear, we black and white ghosts only want money, not life. We can help you fight, but not kill. Xia Xiaochan echoed, Yes, we are here to hunt for treasure, not to kill. Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan were not stupid. The people Cao Qiao mentioned just now were probably all-powerful people. If they killed those people, God knew what terrible consequences would follow. Even if he didn't like some of those people, such as Sun Mu, Han Fei didn't want to kill them. Even if he wanted to, this would not be the place, especially not with Cao Qiao and Wang Zitian. Wang Zitian snorted coldly. We don't expect you to kill them. It's still a question whether you can even beat them. Killing them is almost impossible for you. Cao Qiu said crossly, why impossible? Wang Zitian glanced at Cao Qiu. Have you ever managed to injure your brother? With the junk you invented? You only have one useful invention, which is the fishing boat, okay? Cao Qiu flushed with anger. If I say it's possible, it's possible. You just don't understand. I don't bother to talk to you. Han Fei shrugged. So, we are teammates now? Wang Zitian nodded. For the time being, we cooperate. Han Fei glanced at Xia Xiaochan. When we reach the 200th floor, go invisible, and don't show up. Xia Xiaochan looked puzzled. What about you? Fight. Even without these two guys, after we enter the 200th floor, we will probably meet those people from the Thousand-Star City, especially the Sun Mu trio. I think they are likely to be there waiting for me. No matter what, we must find a way to kick them all out this time. Xia Xiaochan nodded. That's right. Otherwise, if Xiao Bai, Kuang, and Zhang Xuanyu come here, they may not be able to escape from so many strong masters. Wang Zitian shook his head. What are you talking about? Xia Xiaochan rolled her eyes at him. It's none of your business. It's a secret. Wang Zitian said lightly, since we are allies for the time being, don't play any tricks. Otherwise, you will have one more enemy in the future. Han Fei sneered. Do you think we're afraid of you? Believe it or not, we are not talking about you. So a new member joined the Han Fei trio, an arrogant man who used 2 swords. 7 days later. On the 197th floor, the 4 met again. At this moment, Xia Xiaochan had finished refining the soul crystals and her spiritual perception range had reached the upper limit of 500 meters. To a certain extent, Han Fei and Xia Xiaochan's perception ranges were the same. Both 500 meters. And Han Fei finally understood why the perception range of most people in the Level 3 fishery was small, and only the top geniuses had a large perception range. When they met, Cao Qiu solemnly said, from the 198th floor on, there will be many geniuses on every floor. Wang Zitian added, but these people are not our target. Most of them are the disciples from a large sects of the Thousand-Star City. Just rob them. Don't kill them. Han Fei was slightly surprised. Are the disciples of the large sects not related to your families? Cao Qiu shook his head. Basically not, but still a little related. All major families will try to be on friendly terms with the heavenly talents of some large sects, but we're not close. Han Fei didn't know anything about the Thousand-Star City. From Cao Qiu's mouth, he could vaguely tell that there were many powerful families in the Thousand-Star City. Almost all the floors under the 200th floor at the steps into the sea were occupied by the children of the big clans. As for the heavenly talents from the 36 towns, there might be some, but very few. After all, they had different origins from these young masters. The former was born at the start point of life, while the latter at the end point of life. Things like adventures and opportunities wouldn't help at all. Who wouldn't get 1 or 2 opportunities after coming to the level 3 fishery? Han Fei wanted to ask if they knew Tango. However, when the words reached his lips, he swallowed them back. His current situation was not good. Not to mention anything else, the Possession of the sea token made Han Fei stand on the opposite side of many of the children from the powerful families of the Thousand-Star City. Even if Han Fei trusted the little fatty Cao Qiu, he would never tell an outsider about the relationship between Tang Gu and him. Han Fei asked in a different way, "Will you go to those large sects to study?" Han Fei knew that Tang Gu was taken away as a genius with a promising future. But he didn't know where Tang Gu went. Judging from Feng Zhe's behaviors, Han Fei didn't think Feng Zhe was from a powerful family. Now hearing Cao Qiu's words, he guessed that Tang Gu might have been brought into a large sect to study. Cao Qiu didn't think there was anything wrong with Han Fei's problem. He thought Han Fei was just being curious, so he said, "Sure. We all have to study in a certain large sect, but not necessarily in the same sect." Han Fei frowned. "Can we kill the heavenly talents from the large sects?" Wang Zetian said lightly, "Better not. No one who can hit the 200th floor is simple. Many of these people have been given all kinds of treasures by their sects, and their life-saving means are no less than ours. Besides, some teachers in the large sects are very protective of their disciples. If some teachers insist on taking revenge on us, no one in the level 3 fishery can stop them." Han Fei clicked his tongue. "That's a shame. But our slogan is that we want money, not life, so it's all right." Wang Zetian glanced at Han Fei. "But I remember what you told me just now was that I want your money and your life." "Oh, really?" Must have been a slip of the tongue. The four chatted and entered the 198th floor one after another. From beginning to end, Han Fei did not mention Tang Gu at all. In fact, he didn't even tell his classmates about Tang Gu because it was unnecessary. When Han Fei appeared on the 198th floor, he saw no one on this floor. This time, he did not immediately offer a sacrifice, but searched around aimlessly. The area of the 198th floor was even smaller, and the probability of encountering others tended to be higher. Sure enough, as expected by Han Fei, after only a short while, he met an armorist and a manipulator. Both of them wore cyan robes, which looked to be their uniforms. After seeing Han Fei, the two exchanged glances and immediately swam towards Han Fei. Han Fei did not leave, leisurely waiting for the two to come over. "Huh. Intermediate dangling fisher, senior brother, this person is not simple." The face of the girl who was a manipulator changed slightly as she spoke to the armorist next to her via voice transmission. "Yes, but it doesn't matter. No matter how strong an intermediate dangling fisher is, he has a limit, but we too can easily solve a peak-level dangling fisher." Seeing the two arrive in front of him, Han Fei grinned. "It's nice to see you. I want money, not life. Please hand over your sea-swallowing seashells." The manipulator was shocked. "Senior brother, is this guy stupid? He seems to be robbing us?" The armorist put his armor box down. "If you win, our things are yours. If you lose, your things belong to us." Han Fei smiled. "Okay. Which of you will come first?" The armorist smiled slightly. "We, of course, are together." As soon as he said so, there were thousands of golden lights in every direction. At the foot of Han Fei, there was a formation made up of black balls. Han Fei's body was twisting back and forth in weird postures in the golden lights, which made the manipulator dumbfounded. Han Fei touched the few gold threads around him with the blood-drinking knife. "How sharp the gold threads are, but they won't work on me. As for this formation, Han Fei secretly said to the hexagon starfish via voice transmission, "Master. Hexagon, it's your turn." On the periphery of the black stone formation, 6 purple lights rose, and the hexagon starfish arranged another formation outside their formation. Huh? The armorist frowned. Not only did the opponent not try to break the ceiling formation that he had laid, but he also could lay another formation out on the periphery? Is he afraid that they would run away in this situation? How damn confident is this guy? Amidst the thousands of threads, dense black spurs, like pear blossoms in torrential rain, gushed out from the armor box of the armorist. Hey! Han Fei held the whetstone in his left hand, made it larger, and threw it to the air, intending to block the black spurs. However, then he discovered that those black spurs had similar characteristics to the million knife art. They formed a whirl in the air that chased Han Fei. Clank, clank, clank. Han Fei put away the whetstone and the blood-drinking knife was shining with a cold glint. As he swung it, all the gold threads along the way were broken and the black spurs were slashed away. Not bad. Han Fei frowned. The man controlling the black spurs was not weak, and he was a very special armorist. There seemed to be no swords or knives in his armor box, but only needles and spurs that were quite powerful. However, Han Fei didn't believe that an armorist would have such a strong spiritual power. He himself could easily control 50 blue sea wandering dragon daggers once. But once there were more daggers, such as 80 or 100 ones, he wouldn't be able to control them. But the armorist in front of him was actually controlling more than 10,000 black spurs. Therefore, Han Fei was sure that these black spurs were not as flexible as they seemed. Han Fei's skin was full of small holes. Although no spur could penetrate his body, they were so powerful that they could leave tiny holes on his skin. This had demonstrated the strength of this armorist. Han Fei suddenly changed direction and rushed straight at the manipulator. The manipulator was slightly taken back and a large piece of gold thread swept out. However, Han Fei was too fast. Her golden thread could easily kill ordinary peak-level dangling fishers, but they didn't seem to work now. A single slash from Han Fei cut off all the gold threads. On the other side, the armorist's face changed slightly, and he hurried to rescue her. Just when he was holding the armor box and was about to arrive, Han Fei grinned and changed his direction again. He stepped on the gold threads, passed through the black spurs and the gold threads, and slashed out. If Xia Xiaochan were here, she wouldn't be surprised, because she knew how flexible Han Fei could be. Han Fei could even resist 4 people alone. He was certainly very flexible. If he was fighting head-on, like with Wang Zetian, he might not be able to fight so fancily. But once in this chaotic and intertwined scene, Han Fei's flexibility was fully demonstrated. Han Fei needed to twist his body to avoid the gold threads, so the armorist asked the manipulator to let him in. That was exactly what Han Fei wanted. At the very moment the gold threads were released, he took the whetstone as a giant hidden weapon and threw it out, followed by the embroidery needle. After the continuous attacks, this armorist was immediately knocked over and the hundreds of thousands of black spurs fell. Swish. At the last moment, the manipulator pulled the armorist away with the gold threads and the two of them left the ceiling formation. Han Fei grinned. Now let's see who will break the formation faster. You two. Break the outer formation and I break your formation. Let's get started. Senior brother, what should we do? The armorist coughed out a mouthful of blood, his face was pale, and one of his hands slumped softly. This guy is so strong. He must be a heavenly talent. From some sect. Why haven't I seen him before? Senior brother, maybe he is from some big family. That's impossible. How much training did he have to go through to get such elusive footwork? He fought even regardless of his life. Do you think those young masters would fight in such a way? Senior brother, can you break the formation? As she said this, the manipulator looked at the six-gate formation. With a wave of her finger, thousands of gold threads hit countless places in the six-gate formation, searching for its eye, but the formation gave no response at all. But Han Fei just walked to a certain stone among the black rocks on the ground and hit it with a stick, and the stone cracked and the formation was broken. The hexagon starfish climbed onto Han Fei's calf. This formation is too simple. This human is not good at laying out formations. Han Fei smiled and looked at the two people. Oops. I accidentally broke your formation. The armorist and the manipulator both frowned, respectively, took out a piece of jade pendant, and held it in their hands. The armorist spat. Do you really think you can kill us? Han Fei clicked his tongue. Amulet jade? Good, good, you have more cards in your hands, but I can last longer. When my people come, we'll be able to kill you. Huh? How come you know about the amulet jade? Which sect are you from? Han Fei grinned. No, I'm from the countryside. It's okay. Continue to hold the jade. I'm not in a hurry. With that, Han Fei took out a bag of air that he had stored in advance, and took a big breath. Then, he took out a fish skin bag, which contained dried fish. In front of these two people, he started to chew the dried fish. Han Fei asked, by the way, is your teacher so stingy as to only give each of you one amulet? I don't think that's enough. Have you got an immortal seal? Dying strike? The two of them turned green. They wondered where Han Fei got to know the secrets of these big families. Even in the big families of the Thousand-Star City, ordinary members dared not expect to obtain life-saving methods like an immortal seal. Only the outstanding geniuses within the families are eligible to enjoy these things. After all, the relationships in these families are so complicated that it is impossible for every member to enjoy the same treatment. They had never heard of this person in front of them, but he could defeat the two of them as an intermediate dangling fisher? It was impossible for him to go unheard of this whole time. The girl manipulator was a little nervous as she looked at Han Fei. If you kill us, our life monument will break. I don't think you can stand the consequences. Han Fei shrugged. I'm not going to kill you. I'm waiting for the people who can kill you. I'm not in a hurry. After half an hour, the two seemed to have been communicating via voice transmission the whole time. When they saw someone appear in the distance, their faces changed. The armorist quickly said, "We'll give you our sea-swallowing seashells. Remove the seal." Han Fei took the sea-swallowing seashells that they had thrown over, and then smiled and said, "You should have done that long ago." Then he got up and shouted at the person who flew over, "Come down and hand over your sea-swallowing seashell." The armorist and the manipulator, thinking that this person was Han Fei's companion, were completely shocked. However, the two communicated for a while and didn't seem to intend to join forces with the person who had arrived in the distance. Based on the strength that Han Fei showed just now, his terrifyingly strong physique, and elusive footwork that was even more flexible than an octopus, they didn't think they could beat him. The most important thing was not Han Fei's strength, but his realm. As an intermediate dangling fisher, he already had such terrible strength. They had seen people like him, who were all leaders of major sects now. They thought Han Fei must be one of those people, and he was hiding his identity just to commit the robbery. Seeing these two people gradually fade out of sight, Han Fei turned to the next person. Half a day later, after robbing 12 people in a row, Han Fei unexpectedly met Wang Zetian, and the two had nothing to say. Han Fei said, "I'm going to continue to rob." Wang Zetian shrugged. "I'm going to find Cao Qiu." The two of them met for less than 3 minutes and then left separately. When Han Fei saw Cao Qiu, he was being chased and beaten by 5 people. As soon as he saw Han Fei, Cao Qiu wailed, "Da Tong, I've finally found you. Come on, help me." When Han Fei saw these 5 people, he was a bit surprised. Gosh, all of them are wearing the same uniform. Obviously, they are from the same big sect. Otherwise, why would they wear the same uniform? Han Fei was confident with his own strength, but to be honest, these people were not weak either. Although some of them were only advanced dangling fishers, in this place, your title didn't represent strength. As for the soul warrior and manipulator that he encountered just now, Cao Qiu might be able to resist them with his super strong defensive power, Xia. Xiaochan could escape from them by flashing away, but Wang Zetian would need a lot of effort to survive them. Han Fei sighed. "Hey, little fatty, just turn around and beat them." Cao Qiu said to him via voice transmission, "I can't beat them. These people are too fierce. They want my sea-swallowing seashell." Then Cao Qiu turned his head back to shout at these people, "Don't chase me. We're classmates, aren't we? Don't do this to me." However, the 5 people didn't care about Han Fei at all. Although they knew that Han Fei couldn't be simple since he could make it to this floor as an intermediate dangling fisher, the other side only had 2 people even with Han Fei. They know Cao Qiu too well. Although this guy was armed from head to toe, his actual combat power was lame. So how could they let go of such a defenseless gold mine? Han Fei sighed. "You coward, I know I can't count on you in combat." Having said that, Han Fei pointed his kitchen knife at the 5 people. "I want money, not life. Now give me your sea-swallowing seashells." Where is the idiot from? Is he out of his mind? Is he infected with Cao Qiu's stupidity? Go away. However, Han Fei's momentum suddenly soared and he activated the majestic mystic spell, and terrifying power circulated throughout Han Fei's body. At that moment, Han Fei stood in front of Cao Qiu and did not dare to use the draw art for fear of hacking these people to death. The embroidery needle swept across, and the speed was so fast that it left a shadow. Not good, shield. An armorist summoned his shield and the 5 of them immediately fused with their spiritual beasts. However, they underestimated Han Fei. As soon as Han Fei activated the majestic mystic spell, his strength increased by 5 times. It was safe to say that Han Fei could blow Cao Qiu up easily despite his shining equipment and his cloud dolphin, let alone these unguarded people in front of him. Boom. The ripples shook, a tornado rolled up underwater, and the shield was shattered by Han Fei with a single blow. The 5 people flew out at the same time. Master Hexagon. When the 6-gate formation rose up, the hexagon starfish complained. The six-gate formation requires a lot of spiritual energy, and I can't use it frequently. I feel my spiritual energy is draining up. With 5 meat buns in front of him, Han Fei had no heart for such trifles. So, he took out 5 or 6 low-quality spiritual stones and threw them to the hexagon starfish. The hexagon starfish really wanted to vomit blood. These are too few. Shut up. Didn't I give all the shiny things to you while snatching treasure? But you just complain of being hard up every day. Every day. The hexagon starfish's big eyes kept rolling, and he couldn't help shutting up. When he remembered that he did have a lot more beautiful stones in his doors. He'd better not talk back to Han Fei. Otherwise, Han Fei wouldn't even give him low-quality spiritual stones. The 5 men were dumbfounded. The 5 of them were all at least advanced dangling fishers. They hadn't used their combat skills yet. How could they be defeated so easily? Therefore, lights and shadows burst out in the 6-gate formation as all kinds of shining skills were launched, which knocked against the 6-gate formation. Han Fei was about to solve them one by one, only to see a large net suddenly thrown down. Someone exclaimed, "Not good. It's a spirit-forbidden net. Damn. Help." Clatter. A weird voice spread across the bottom of the sea. Immediately afterward, these 5 people all quieted down and took back their spiritual beasts and contractual spiritual beasts as their spiritual energy was completely suppressed. Han Fei looked back at Cao Qiao. Spirit-forbidden net? Han Fei's eyes narrowed slightly. How could he forget about it? Since Sun Mu could have a spirit-forbidden net, Cao Qiao certainly could have one too. If Cao Qiao suddenly threw a spirit-forbidden net at him, wouldn't he be defenseless? Han Fei's heart shuddered. In the future, no matter what, he could never turn his defenseless back to anyone, not even Cao Qiao, no matter how harmless he looked. Of course, Cao Qiao didn't think so much at this moment. He swaggered to the 6-gate formation and scolded those people angrily. "How dare you rob me? How dare you beat me? See, just as I said, you're getting what you deserve now." Han Fei glanced at Cao Qiao. "Don't talk nonsense. What was that voice just now?" Cao Qiao answered, "That was a summoning order. We've got to rob them quickly. Throw them out of the steps into the sea, and then run quickly." Han Fei said with a black face, "Run, my ass. Wait a minute." Then he walked into the 6-gate formation and said harshly, "I want money. Not life. Hand over your sea-swallowing seashells, and you can go." Someone scoffed. "You dare not kill us." Han Fei sneered. "I dare not kill you, but I dare to rob you." With that said, Han Fei did it himself, pulling them over one by one. For a moment, cries, screams, and curses filled his ears. "Hey! My shoes! Why are you taking off my shoes? Hey, give my weapon back! You can't use my weapon. Oh! I'm a girl, you can't touch me. Be a gentleman. Ah, don't pull my necklace. My earrings, you thief. I will find you and then kill you." Han Fei was taken aback. "Really? This suit is good. Let me take it off." The little girl screamed, "Hey, hello. I have given you everything else. What else do you want? Hey, pervert, don't pull my clothes." Gulp. Watching the scene out of the formation, Cao Qiao burst into a cold sweat. He regretted showing Han Fei his extra-quality suit and weapons. What if Han Fei coveted them and snatched them from him one day? Han Fei was happily grabbing others' sea-swallowing seashells and treasures. Suddenly, he smelled a familiar smell coming closer, but didn't pay it any attention. However, the next moment, he felt a pain in his ears. Ouch! Xia Xiaochan, let go, let go. Xia Xiaochan's face was dark. You. Why are you taking off this woman's battle suit? Well, I just wanted to get you a battle suit. Xia Xiaochan said angrily, I've already got one. You just want to see her body. I didn't. I was wronged. However, the woman in the spirit forbidden net said angrily, he is sexually harassing me. Han Fei turned his head. Hey, what are you talking about? You liar. Xia Xiaochan said coldly, get out. Let me search. Suddenly, Xia Xiaochan felt Han Fei's body suddenly stiffen and she wondered if she was too harsh to him. However, she looked back and found that Han Fei was staring at two people not far away. Xia Xiaochan was puzzled. What's wrong? Han Fei slowly spat out a mouthful of bubbles, narrowed his eyes, and smiled. Old Tang. We've finally met up. Although Han Fei had once wondered if Tang Gu would also come to the level 3 fishery for cultivation, he never expected to meet him in this way under such circumstances. Although Tang Gu was only a 15-year-old boy, he was already 1.8 meters tall. His once puerile face had become more masculine. Han Fei was a bit surprised when he saw his muscular body. What does he eat? Look at his muscle. Although he isn't too big, he doesn't look like a 15-year-old at all. Next to Tang Gu was a girl of the same age. The girl was a bit chubbier but looked quite calm. At this moment, she was adding a set of spiritual clothing to Tang Gu and herself, and at the same time drew a speed formation under her feet. It turned out that she was a spirit gatherer. And judging from the proficiency of the girl drawing the speed formation, Han Fei could tell that her formation skills seemed to be better than his own. After all, he couldn't draw a speed formation so quickly. Tang Gu, holding a person-high halberd and wearing a gilt combat suit, was watching this scene coldly. Chao Qiu, why do you bully your classmates? Chao Qiu shrank his head when he saw Tang Gu. I am not bullying them. They chased and beat me, trying to snatch my sea-swallowing seashell, so we fought back. Chao Qiu tried to swell out his chest as if he was not afraid at all. However, Han Fei could tell that he was damn scared. The girl next to Tang Gu scolded, Chao Qiu, you threatened them with your brother and snatched a lot from them, so you should pay them back a little. In the spirit forbidden net, the girl shouted, Sister Mu Ling, we didn't intend to rob him, but he snatched a high-quality spiritual weapon from us. Next to her, a boy echoed, yes, we just wanted to borrow some resources from him, and we'll return them to him when we go back to the sect, alright? Chao Qiu immediately glared at the boy in the spirit forbidden net. But you beat me. If you hadn't beaten me, I wouldn't have snatched your spiritual weapon. What's the big deal of a high-quality spiritual weapon? I can give it back to you. With that, Chao Qiu threw an ancient sword out. However, before the ancient sword flew 10 meters away, a fishing hook caught it and pulled it back. Then Han Fei held the fishing rod and played with the ancient sword. Now the sword is mine. Chao Qiu, since you have snatched it, why bother to return it? Suddenly, Han Fei received a voice transmission from Chao Qiu in his head, give it back to him, give it back to him. You don't know how fierce Tengu is. In the entire school, he is the only one who dares to hit me in front of my brother. And also in front of my sister. Hanfei rolled his eyes. Shut up, you coward. Tengu looked at Hanfei, but for some reason, he felt this guy look a little familiar. But Hanfei and Xia Xiaochan were dressed so eerily with respectively the words kill and die written on their hats. They didn't look like good people at all, so his face turned colder. Tengu said coldly, put it down and f*ck. Off. Hanfei still smiled, but Xia Xiaochan immediately stared at him coldly. Say that again? Tengu repeated deadpan, f*ck off. I'll stab you to death, Xia Xiaochan threatened. She couldn't stand Tang Ji's arrogant manner at all and was about to attack him, but Hanfei tugged at her arm at this time. Hanfei said via voice transmission, don't get angry. Don't get angry. This person is one of our own. Xia Xiaochan was stunned. Ah? One of our own? I've never seen him before. Is he Zhang Xuanyu? But Zhang Xuanyu is not so strong. As Hanfei talked to Xia Xiaochan via voice transmission, Xia Xiaochan's expression changed several times. In the end, she looked at Hanfei with a look of disbelief. He doesn't look like your brother at all. But Hanfei smiled. What if I don't put it down? Tengu raised the halberd with one hand and said indifferently, then die. Just as Hanfei was about to say something, he saw another figure rushing over. It was Wang Zitian. Wang Zitian didn't pay attention to the 5 people tied up by Hanfei, but stared at Tengu, and a strong intent to fight broke out from him. Humph. Tengu said coldly, 1 Chao Chou Chou, 1 2 swords, and 2 nobodies, is there anyone else? Call them out to fight together. Hanfei secretly sighed. Tengu was really arrogant now. He and Xia Xiaochan had become nobodies to him? Xia Xiaochan also said to him via voice transmission, your brother seems a bit arrogant? Hanfei replied awkwardly, well, haha. Arrogant? No, he just pretends. Xia Xiaochan looked at Hanfei strangely. Are you sure? Hanfei walked forward 2 steps. Chao Chou Chou, Wang Zitian, you can go to the next floor. Hey, Tengu, let's have a one-on-one fight? Everyone? Chao Chou Chou said to him via voice transmission, are you crazy? This guy is as horrible as my brother, and you want a one-on-one fight with him? Wang Zitian also said via voice transmission, idiot, are you looking for death? The few people trapped in the spirit forbidden net widened their eyes in disbelief. Is this guy out of his mind? Puff. Fan Datong, right? You want to challenge Tengu? Are you kidding me? The girl whose clothes were almost taken off by Hanfei shouted angrily. You are a dead man. Tengu will definitely tear up your hat. Hanfei pointed his kitchen knife at the girl. Shut up. Believe it or not, I will tear up your mouth first. The girl stiffened, and thinking of how fierce Hanfei was just now, she couldn't help closing her mouth. Hanfei said, hey, I'll give you a chance. If you win, these people belong to you, but if you lose, give me your sea-swallowing seashell. Mu Ling, who was standing next to Tengu, couldn't help but glance at Tengu beside her and then at Hanfei. Then she removed the speed formation and stood aside with interest. With that, she said to Chao Chou Chou, Qiu, if your sister finds out you are bullying your classmates again, she will punish you. Qiu pouted. I didn't bully them. They bullied me. Seeing these two people begin to chat aside, Tanggu said lightly, okay. Han Fei made a signal with his lips. Let's go. Find a place that's clear. However, Tanggu remained motionless. Right here. Han Fei knew that Tanggu was afraid that after he left, something unexpected would happen, which was understandable. So he smiled. Okay, let's fight here. This time, Han Fei put away the blood-drinking knife and the whetstone. In the next second, spiritual energy exploded under his feet and he shot out like a sharp arrow, which was so fast and fierce that Xia Xiaochan was taken aback. From his move, Xia Xiaochan knew that Han Fei took this battle seriously, very seriously. In fact, Han Fei could not help but feel a little curious, how strong was Tang Gu now? The moment Han Fei jumped out, the seawater where he was standing directly exploded and bubbles rolled forward. Wang Zitian exclaimed in surprise, what a powerful force. Tang Gu just slightly frowned and brandished the halberd with one hand, and 3 halos on his arm were pushed onto the halberd with a powerful force. Clang! The seawater exploded, and as the club and the halberd collided, a huge water ball appeared and exploded in all directions. Just the power of this blow set off a cascading wave. Except for those in the 6-gate formation, the other people were all pushed back more than 100 meters away. Mu Ling was surprised. Huh? The man in black is so strong. Tang Gu stepped back and slightly bent his leg. Han Fei also took half a step back, horrified. He was very confident with his current strength. But Tang Gu was no weaker than him. Although he had used the embroidery needle, they were evenly matched. Xia Xiaochan stood on the side holding her rod, tilting her head and not surprised at all. But Cao Qiu immediately straightened up when he saw the scene. Humph, of course. He is my new ally. Mu Ling rolled her eyes at him. So what? Can you lead them to go through all 200 floors? Cao Qiu retorted, why not? Everyone was still watching the battle. Han Fei and Tang Gu were locked in a pitched fight. Everyone knew that Han Fei's major combat skill was the million knife art and his weapons were the 9-star chain and the water-dividing seal, but only Xia Xiaochan knew that Han Fei had always been a pure soul warrior. The fiercer the battle, the stronger he would be. At this moment, Han Fei activated the shadow swimming art and was attacking faster and faster. Because their strength was too powerful, every time the embroidery needle and the halberd collided, a vortex of water burst out. Han Fei brandished the long stick in his hand and launched a spiral strike. At this moment, he pierced through the triple water barriers once. Tang Gu adopted a power-type combat style and circles of powerful halos gushed out from the halberd, like countless circles superimposed on the halberd. After 100 rounds, Tang Gu put his other hand that hadn't moved on the halberd. Seeing this, Han Fei felt his heart skip a beat. Finally, he is getting serious? Cao Qiu immediately said to Han Fei via voice transmission, be careful, this is the strongest halberd technique of the Heavenly Sword sect. Even a dragon can't escape 3 blows of his. Don't take his blow head on. Reminded by Cao Qiu, Han Fei no longer reserved his strength. He injected 2/3 of all his aura into the embroidery needle, and brandished it. Boom. Han Fei felt as if he were hitting a meteorite falling from the sky. He was no weaker than him, neither in speed nor strength. Han Fei was swept out by the halberd 70 or 80 meters away, and his hand was bleeding. Cao Qiu shouted in surprise, "Wow, you blocked his blow." Wang Zetian was lost in thought. How did Han Fei manage to do that? How strong is his physique? Hiss. For Han Fei, this kind of result was unexpected, as a blow of nearly 70% of his spiritual energy was completely suppressed. The first war halberd technique? TSK, big sex, are really different. I am afraid that this level of combat skill cannot even be found in the library of the Thug Academy. A gleam of interest flashed across Tang Ji's eyes. Not bad, you are very strong in strength and speed. Han Fei shook his arm and smiled. You are not bad either. Tang Ji's face suddenly changed and dozens of red flashing lines spread across his arms. Then use all your strength. Let's see whether you can keep the people of our heavenly sword sect or not. Seeing that Han Fei's physique was so abnormally strong, Tengu wanted to end the fight as quickly as possible. After all, if he couldn't beat Han Fei within 3 blows, his spiritual energy would be exhausted. In that case, he decided to directly use his killer strike. Dragon Soul Overlord Body. Beside Tengu, waves surged. Behind those layers of seawater, there seemed to be a gigantic black phantom dragon emerging. Tang Ji's muscles bulged. The momentum gave Han Fei the feeling that he had already surpassed the realm of peak-level dangling fissures and reached the realm of hanging fissures. Han Fei's face changed slightly. Dragon Feather Lobster, Tang Ji's spiritual beast, legendary level. It was hard to tell the difference between legendary level and mysterious level creatures. But from Nine Tails 9-star chain and Little Gold's Heavenly Thunder Strike, it seemed that the creatures of this level had their own advantages. Unlike Little Black and Little White's Supreme Yin-Yang will that improved their own combat power, Tang Ji's Dragon Feather Lobster seemed to bestow Tang Gu with a secret power. Majestic Mystic Spell. Han Fei grinned, as billowing energy circulated through his body, and the powerful energy impact made his body slightly red. Fight. Kill. In an instant, the two of them turned into 2 shadows, flashing and moving in the water. Clang. 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 The previous collision of the rod and the halberd made a huge water vortex. But at this moment, when the strength of the two collided and the weapons bounced off, the water waves turned into extremely powerful water columns. Cao Qiu, who was cheering for Han Fei in front, was knocked down by a jet of water and then flew back several meters. God! So strong. Wang Zetian's eyes were burning with fighting desire, but no one knew who he wanted to fight against. When he fought with Han Fei before, he felt that Han Fei won by playing dirty. However, at this moment, he had regarded Han Fei as an extremely powerful opponent. At least, he had seen few people who could compete with Tengu in strength. Mu Ling was very familiar with Tengu. Now watching Han Fei's figure moving and jumping in the water, she was shocked by his eerie and elusive footwork and precise evasion ability. Mu Ling and Xia Shaochan seemed a little surprised because they seemed a bit similar in terms of footwork. Xia Shaochan noticed this because Han Fei just told her about their relationship through voice transmission. But Mu Ling noticed this because of her knowledge of Tengu. In the 6-gate formation, within the spirit forbidden net, the 5 people all widened their eyes in shock. Gulp. One of their mouths hung open. Oh, this person and Tengu are tied even. After Tengu used his dragon soul overlord body? The girl was dumbfounded. How is it possible? During the battle, Tengu felt that something was wrong. Hanfei was more flexible than him. And his weird avoidance postures and his body that was still sucking spiritual energy from the outside world during the battle reminded him of someone. At this moment, Hanfei was sticking to the halberd, his body was almost parallel to the ground, and he narrowly avoided Tang Ji's attack dangerously and went around behind Tengu. Hanfei poked the embroidery needle at Tang Ji's back and the latter, without looking back, threw the halberd from his right hand to his left hand, backhand. Blocked it, and hit back with his right elbow. The two were knocked back again. However, Hanfei didn't exert all his strength after activating the majestic mystic spell. According to his calculations, the Dragon Soul Overlord's body enhanced Tang Ji's power by more than twice, but not more than 3 times. Tengu frowned slightly. You seem to be reserving some strength. Hanfei grinned. Why do you say that? Tang Ji's expression remained cold. Up to now, you have not used your spiritual beast, nor have you fused with your contractual spiritual beast. Han Fei shot back, you haven't either, have you? Tengu shook his head. I've used the power of my spiritual beast, and you seem to use some kind of secret method. If we continue to fight, within a short time, my power will disappear, but you. The secret method cannot last forever. The energy in your body seems to be consumed quickly, so it should not last long. Hanfei smiled and suddenly said to him via voice transmission, not bad. It seems that you have grown up a lot the past 2 years in the Thousand-Star City. Both your strength and knowledge have been improved a lot. Why haven't you recognized my incomplete monograph on 108 ways of body conditioning? Huh? Hanfei? Tengu widened his eyes. The surrounding water surged turbulently and his eyes were full of shock. Hanfei hurriedly said to him through voice transmission, don't get excited. Don't expose my identity. I am wearing a disguise. My name is Fan Datong for the time being and I act as a heinous bad guy. Let the people of your sect go out first. Although Tengu was extremely excited, he still restrained this mood. More than once, he had planned to find a chance to go back to the Heavenly Water Village. However, since he entered the Thousand-Star City, he had been busy dealing with various cultivation trials. After he came to the level 3 fishery this time, he was going to find a dragon boat to return to the Heavenly Water Village after leaving the steps into the sea. However, he did not expect that he would meet Hanfei on the 198th floor of the steps into the sea. Besides, through the battle just now, he found that Hanfei's strength had become so terrifying. Even though he used the Dragon Soul Overlord body, he couldn't overcome him. Hanfei suddenly sighed. Hey! Your strength is good, but if we continue to fight, we'll probably tie. I will release your people, but they'll have to leave the steps into the sea. Tengu pretended to be silent for a while. Okay. Hanfei shouted out, Master Hexagon, remove the formation. When the 6-gate formation disappeared, Cao Qiu was surprised. Fan Datong. Are you really going to let them go? Before Hanfei spoke, Mu Ling put a hand on his head. Do you want to kill your classmates? Cao Qiu grunted, took back the spirit forbidden net, and muttered, they're more like my enemies. As soon as the 5 people came out and their strength recovered, they assumed A fighting posture, fused with their spiritual beasts, and had their contractual spiritual beasts attached to them. This time, they didn't dare to reserve any strength. However, Tengu put his halberd in front of them. Go. Now. Tengu. Boss Tang, this man bullied us. How can we let him go? Tang. Tengu glanced at them and these 5 people were immediately discouraged. They glared at Han Fei resentfully and then their bodies gradually faded away. Han Fei looked at Cao Qiao. Go to the next floor first. Wang Zetian frowned. Are you going to fight him again? Han Fei smiled. Yes, do you still want to watch? Wang Zetian snorted and his body faded and disappeared. Cao Qiao looked around and asked, are you guys really going to fight again? Isn't it all over? Tengu gave Cao Qiao a cold look. Go down. Cao Qiao shrank his neck, pouted, and looked at Han Fei. Then finish the fight. As quickly as possible. If you can't resist him, go downstairs. We still have a lot of things to do. Then Cao Qiao's body also began to fade in the distance. Xiao Shaochan glanced at Mu Linghei. Let's go. Mu Ling frowned and asked Tengu via voice transmission, what are you going to do? Tengu shook his head slightly. I suddenly have some thoughts on cultivation, which I want to confirm. Mu Ling warned, this person is dangerous. He is not weak. Tengu shook his head again. It's okay. Xiao Shaochan looked at Han Fei. This floor has almost been cleared up. However, there should still be some people here. Be careful. Han Fei smiled. Don't worry. With that, Han Fei dragged Master Hexagon from his body and threw him to Xiao Shaochan. Take him. Xiao Shaochan glanced reluctantly. You can only hang on my shoulder, not on my lap. The hexagon starfish. After Xiao Shaochan and Mu Ling left, Han Fei's face began to twist and energy and spiritual energy were escaping from it. Seeing Han Fei's face, Tengu, who had been straight-faced, suddenly grinned and the smile spread on his face. The two looked at each other and hugged. Tengu laughed happily. You bastard, I didn't think I would meet you here. How are you doing now? How could you become an intermediate dangling fisher so soon? Also, what Fengzai gave you was a spirit-gathering art, right? How did you become a soul warrior? And, why do you pretend to be this other person? What a lousy name. Who gave you this name? After I left, what did Li Ju do to you? Come on, tell me. Han Fei punched Tengu in the chest gently. Are you a little girl? Why do you keep nagging? Let me tell you, slowly. Tengu smirked again. Yes, no hurry, no hurry. Take your time.